Oh, snap. I got a cat here. What's up, y'all? Yo, how did you do a GIF?
2 years taking angles and practicing timing, and I'm more washed than ever.
How are you such a wizard? How does one do that? How are you such a wizard? Nautilin, 2 years taking angles and practicing timing on more wash than ever? Listen, buddy. A man can only work with so much. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, I guess we're going to have a lot to talk about, man, guys. I'm literally so excited. Okay, listen, no spoilers. I need to put that in the title because I know one of you. No spoilers, you fools. No spoilers. We're going to have any tests for this until season 13. Okay, no spoilers. So long? Perfect, man. The more the merrier. The more the merrier, man. They announced that we're banning me. Ah, no, they're banning me, guys. Okay, you guys want the real juice though? You guys want the juice? You guys want a little bit of sauce? Shoot me the code whenever. We may or may not have something happening this Saturday too, and we may or may not be having something happening tomorrow as well. That's all I'm saying. There might be a fun little repeat is all I'll say tomorrow. No unpopular opinion thread. We might have that one too. Hang on. And then on Saturday, we might have a little special blitz is all I'll say. And there may be some... all right, I'm gonna leak it. We may or may not have a special little rebrand going live on Twitch. And I mean everything. Profile picture, Twitch UI, YouTube, Discord, Twitter, Patreon, Spylo 2, and the release of a third Spylo channel on YouTube as well. So there's going to be a lot of stuff happening this Saturday. So we've got a really busy 3 days. Today, the day after. Oh, and we got Marvel Rivals too. So today, tomorrow, the day after, going to be slam packed. So you guys are going to have to stay tuned. Yeah, so stay tuned. You guys are getting this. I don't even know if I'm supposed to leak that stuff, but you guys are just going to have to figure it out. It's going to be fun. Okay. We have another replay review with Shishiki. Is it true you already read the blog off stream or read it before this? No, I have not. I have not read anything about the blog whatsoever. I don't know anything. Am I becoming a furry VTuber? I already am. This is actually like just the world's best VTuber look right now. Love from Brazil. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. All right, Yashiki. Do you see the new Marvel Rival Heroes? No, I've not seen anything about Marvel Rivals. I've not looked at the patch. All I know is that I have it. We will be probably doing Marvel. Dude, I have so much stuff today. We have some Elden Ring discussion. We have Reddit hot takes. The 6v6 thing, there's like legit so much. There's so much. So much. Okay. All right, ETA until 3 p.m., 40 minutes. 40. Hi, Coach. Here's a replay code for the VOD tomorrow. Oh, I'm dumb. Yashiki, I'm so stupid. I'm actually so dumb. My bad. I'm literally asking for the code, and there's the code right there. I wish I could say that's the first time. In the forum I've written, I've played Sojourn, but since the last nerfs, I switched to Ashe. So the VOD is an Ashe-only gameplay. My biggest problem in Ashe is that I absolutely don't know how to get more value without raw aim. I know it can improve my movement and cover usage for the loss of the Rust. Okay. All right, guys. We have a 30-minute replay route, and they're going to get sauced out the cheeks. You get what I'm saying? If you don't, just be glad that you don't. Let's put it that way. 40 minutes. 40. A little bit less than 40 minutes. Fewer than 40 minutes. All right, Ashe time. You're welcome. Ashe, medium to long range angles. Dynamite, Coach Gun, and Bob allows you to be a little bit closer with your proximity. Okay, nice. And then set your feet and shoot. Dynamite, do it as soon as you see an opportunity to put pressure on the squishy. I like this angle here. We needed to shoot the dynamite, though. So that's number one, shoot the dynamite. Because dynamite was actually pretty legit. I like the angle here. I like the rotation. I like the timing of the dynamite. We've committed to the fight here. Like, this is a motherload dynamite, guys. Like, this is a Suzu forcing dynamite right here. Not to mention, you still get the burst damage off the dynamite. Minecraft pig hurt sound? My bad. Okay. And then what's the other rule? What's the problem with the movement here? Who can tell me? I dodge a whole lot of nothing. Right. So number one, there's no threats to you at this range, really, besides the Kiriko, which you can react to. The other thing as well is you're strafing nothing. And so you're missing shots because you're strafing nothing. Right. So much of mechanics is not just the aim, but how easy you're making your aim. I like this angle. I like the timing of the dynamite. I'm a little bit depressed you didn't shoot the dynamite, and I'm a little depressed you just totally lost track of it. I'm extremely depressed that you're continuing to strafe. Okay, we're going to stop right there. But yeah, this is fine. I mean, look at how stupid this Bastion's playing because of you. This is good. Nice dynamite. One squishy is good enough. Good reload as well. I don't mind this rotation. I would like you to rotate and continue to go top left, though. This is a little bit too close. I don't mind it because you had Coach Gun there. But yeah, I wouldn't mind you have rotated top and then kind of peeked. Actually, you know what? Maybe that was the play. You can't really see anything there.
Went over the dev blog yet?
Not yet. Check the title. Love you too, Frosty. I specifically wake up at nights in a cold sweat thinking about how much I love Frosty. Yeah, I mean, if you don't contest Ashe, even if you're not that great mechanically, like, they're just, she's a threat. Yeah, you greeted a little bit. You greeted a little bit here. The other thing as well is just don't throw dynamite on this long of a range on a flanker, really, because she's just going to dodge it. So at this point, I'd probably just hold dynamite until you saw something a little bit slower. And the big thing here is mostly your timing. Your team is mostly backed out, and you have not, and you don't have your defensive cooldown here. So rotate depending on where your team is fighting here. Are there rank limitations for VOD reviews? Nope. Nope. I've coached multiple Bronze 5 players, many Bronze 5 players, and a lot of Champion players as well. Not as many Champion players, because there's few of them. But a lot of high jam players. We'll start with that. Good. Just keep rotating. Find that angle again. This is a good map for Ashe. But you don't need to be super creative, which is nice. Again, the strafing is just too much. You just don't need it. Yeah, everyone's a champion on Ashe if you're not being contested, you know? And right now we're not being contested. So there's lots of things that we can be doing better to maximize our pressure output, but overall it's been okay. the least interesting thing Keller talks about in it. Oh my days. Now you're just teasing me. Rotate, 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 rotate. Ah! Okay, so it's the same reason why you died to the Moira last time, where you could pop a couple shots here, but your team is clearly not fighting full on here, and you're just a little too close. If this is, this is a little too isolated and a little too close. Your team is, I think, looking to rotate back. Maybe they're not, but either way, this is tough. This is tough. It's just tough. It's just, it doesn't match your team's tempo. Not quite my tempo. You get what I'm saying? Your team isn't pushing, and then you are pushing at the different time. Exclamation mark coaching fish. No problem. And so what ends up happening is then you get your Bob force, you get your coach gun force, and you almost die because you're not fighting at the same time as your team. Even though your team was kind of holding the choke here, they're crucially not pressuring at all. They're hiding. So then you start popping your head out. Everyone focuses you. You get, you pee your pants, okay? Like, let's be honest, all right? And so then you end up having to pop. Now, thankfully, your Ryan is trying to capitalize off of that, which is nice of him, because he's trying to help make the Bob do something, but the Bob didn't do something because your team wasn't doing anything. Cheers, Blueberry. Yeah, I highly encourage, if you haven't checked out the blog yet, do so now. Make your opinion up now. Now is your time to read the blog ahead of me, to form your own opinion, to form your own subjective opinion, before I give you mine objective opinion. That's a joke. Just a little too close. Just a little too close. Yeah, but yeah, don't try to form a little bit of your own opinion before you jump in here, so that you guys can give me some pushback and all the yapping I'm gonna do. This is diamond, right, Yoshiki? High platter diamond. Too much movement. Too much movement with no threats. Just set your feet and shoot. Plat 2? Yep, set your feet and shoot. Nice. I'm glad you enjoyed the book. Yeah, I like that book as well. The Art of Learning is one of the most interesting books that I've read in a long time. Okay, chat. Where should we rotate to create a little bit of distance and to create an off angle here? I actually don't hate where we're at right now, but what do you guys think are some options as this fight evolves? Top left, right. So eventually, at some point, frankly, just rotate through the stairs here. Get top left here. Yeah, there you go. Now, this would be also an option here, but it's a little bit too close towards people that are already there. Yeah. High ground is not always good, but I think it's good here because it gives you a nice sight line, and it creates a little bit of space. High ground is often good, but don't just take it because it's high ground. Take it because it's an angle, and it creates pressure. That being said, this is okay. Now we need to rotate, but I don't think we want to contest this soldier unless we have our dynamite. If we hit a dynamite here, maybe. But the problem is if we hit the dynamite, we still have to push up into close range. And that just isn't where Ashe is very comfortable. If this is a Widow, maybe. A Zen, maybe. If we had our Bob, maybe. We could dynamite the soldier and come up to here and just brute force the Bob on the flank. That would work. Hey, what's up, man? But
hello, Spillo.
I think you need to rotate away. This is too close of a space to contest a soldier. Nice shots, though. And you do have your dynamite, so maybe? Yeah, and I mean, we did get here, and so now we can just set our feet and shoot. So, hey, you know what? I mean, we did push it with dynamite. So if you were going to push that, pushing it with dynamite was the play. Okay, here's the play. Relax and shoot. Stop strafing. Stop strafing. If you can't see anything, go back. Yeah, this is good. Nice. Is the high ground top right ever worth going for? Yeah. So, like, the problem is getting there is hard. So, like, what you could do is you could have rotated here and then coach gun up top here. That might have been okay. But the sight line, you see how it, like, kind of reduces your ability to peek here? I don't know. High ground on top right's kind of hit or miss. It really doesn't give you a better... The only thing it does is it creates distance where people on floor can't reach you. But it limits your ability to rotate a lot. I think it's one of the more... It's underutilized. Well, no, it's not underutilized. It's rarely used for a reason. It's kind of awkward. Okay. So, we've done reasonably well at maintaining distance. We've done reasonably well at our dynamites. But the key thing here has been not always paying attention to where our team is fighting. So, we sometimes don't always choose the best position. And then, crucially, a lot of unnecessary strafing. This is where the moment of truth is, because this is not necessarily an impossible map. It's not even necessarily a really hard map. It's just harder than the map that we just played because everything's a little bit more compressed. How come I'm not watching EWC? I have mixed feelings about EWC. I'm excited that the esport is still alive. There's a lot of, I'm frankly not as interested in a lot of the bracket stuff right now. And honestly, like, I'm just not a big fan of the Saudi Arabia's governments, not the Saudi Arabian people or the Saudi Arabian businesses. It's the Saudi Arabian government's involvement in the esport. I've had a big talk about it with the whole Face It thing. I know it's really like, yeah, I'll talk about it at some point later. It's a complicated, tricky subject. I'm avoiding it for right now. We'll talk about it later, though. Hold off on your dynamite. Hold off on your dynamite. Don't press it right now. No, I think of the sub. But we need full scouting before we just throw a dynamite. This is good. I like this little angle we got here. Stay here. Keep shooting. And shoot whatever. Shooting Bastion. Yeah, this is good. Yeah, cheers, Noah. I appreciate it. And Javelin, thank you for the sub as well. I appreciate you guys. The only mistake here, I think, is just simply, like, I appreciate you paying attention to the Moira. And then even shooting the Orisa is fine. But then as soon as she's fortified, first off, I wouldn't dynamite the Orisa. Second off, I wouldn't be shooting the Orisa when I could take a couple shots here instead. Right? You could shoot so many things. Yeah, I don't blame anybody for enjoying the EWC. It looks like there's a lot of exciting games. The hero bans is interesting. It's just more of a... I don't think there's an objectively clear moral stance that you can have on the whole thing either. There's a lot of nuance, especially in our day and age, with the way business works, global corporation stuff. It's tough. Oh, thank you. But yeah, just more of a personal choice for me. Yeah, the only nitpick I have here is just I think you could have been shooting different targets, and I think the dynamite on the Orisa was kind of a tragedy. It's kind of a tragedy. I honestly think even with the extended DPS passive, like, oh, I can keep the DPS passive for his... I don't think it's worth it. I just don't think it's worth it. I really don't think it's worth it. You know? So this is not like, oh, I should have lived here. I think that, like, you know, if the Moira is killed and then allowed to respawn, run all the way back, and then get onto you, I think the fight's lost. You know, you've been uncontested for a long time, and you just haven't done enough because you're shooting the wrong targets and dynamiting the wrong targets. Your initial positioning was good. Maybe a little bit of unnecessary strafing here and there. But, yeah, if you don't win the fight with Ashe with that much time, then you're doing something wrong. Yeah. Hero bans are so cool. Yeah, I think the whole concept of hero bans has potential. I haven't put a lot of thought into it. I know a lot of the creators are super into it. Again, I just don't like it. Here's the problem with the dynamite. It is an extended DPS passive, but the percentage of damage that you do is astronomically, maybe I'm being a little bit facetious here, but it is significantly smaller. The burn effect, the initial damage, especially under a target with armor. Like, look at this. I want you to look at the damage that this Orisa takes from this dynamite. I mean, that is pathetic. Like, that is pathetic. Not to mention the DPS passive is weaker versus tanks than it used to be as well, right? It's only 10%. And the ult charge. Yep, exactly. I mean, it's pathetic because you need this dynamite here to retake space. Like, what if the Moira comes for you? What if you see an opportunity to force Suzu out here, right? It's just pathetic, right? If you hit the tank and you hit somebody else, it's worth it. But I really, really, really don't like this dynamite. It's too long of a cooldown to use like that. I like this rotation. I like this angle. But this is really where you would like to have a dynamite right here. You know, force the fade. Hoy. Woo!
Remember who's in charge.
Imagine if you had dynamite right here. Or if you had dynamite, like, at that moment, right? Okay. Maybe a little bit more cautious with putting our dynamite. So, like, right here, you're like, oh, I threw the dynamite and then he rotated. So I appreciate you not detonating the dynamite because it wouldn't have done anything. But maybe that changes who you dynamite then, right? Maybe that means that we go for Bastion instead because he can't avoid it. Soldier, maybe it's a little bit harder. But yeah, I mean, I think this is pretty good. I'm telling you, Ashe is, when she is uncontested, there are very few DPS that are better. A little bit slow on that. That should force fortify. All right, angle and then Bob. Let's go. Angle, then Bob. Good. Now Bob. Do it. Okay, you know what? Okay. The bash should definitely complicate things. Here's what I would do. I would wait. All right, we see him turret. He doesn't have a good angle. Do it right now. Do it right here. As long as we don't have turret to worry about, do it right here. Set it up on the angle and do it now. Do it now. Right now. Do it. Do it. Do it. Yes. Now dynamite. And stop shooting the Orisa. I know you got to be careful here, but really need to be careful there. And again, the dynamite, she's just going to ult this. She's just going to ult this. She's going to turn the corner. She's going to ult you. And this dynamite needed to be here. I love the Bob. But ugh. Stop shooting the horse, man. Stop shooting the horse. There were kills to be found here on this Kiriko, on the Bastion, on the Soldier. It's not bad to shoot Orisa if she's not fortified, but if there are other targets available and she's fortified, it's just not worth your time. Every ultimate's better in the late fight, Blueberry. Every ultimate is better in the late fight. You're 100% right. The problem is if you wait for the late fight, the fight might already be lost. Bob is, compared to a lot of other ultimates, a lot more flexible. Coalescence, Bob, Kitsune Rush, a lot of these, and Bastion ult, for example, are okay as initiators, so you use them as initiators. Ultimates like Death Blossom, even Visor, right? Orisa ult, not good initiation ultimates, right? Because they're easily shut down by cooldowns. Bob is a little bit harder to shut down. So anything that you can open with, you open with, you know? It's okay. I would say just stop shooting the horse when she's fortified, and if there's other targets available. It's not inappropriate to shoot an Orisa. You can do a lot of damage versus Orisa, but you know, use your judgment. You're not an idiot. We're not a bronze player, right? That I'm trying to create rules for so that you can learn the game. You understand. You know this is a waste of time. But yeah, the Bob is beautiful. On a perfect angle, you waited for the opportunity to where the Bastion didn't have turret. It was really well done. Yeah, Reaper ult's just so easy to shut down with so many cooldowns. So it's just better more mid-fight, you know? It's like when I scope in a tank, it's hard to scout other targets, so to shoot at the same time. Right. Dynamite was there, I think, okay, because you ended up hitting the Soldier as well. So that works out nicely. It's a little awkward where your team is holding. I would not be this close. Yeah, see, that having to use coach there kind of sucks. So, like, honestly, frankly, like even this angle here, like, this is really awkward. Like, I don't like where your team is taking the fight, but you have to help them, right? So, I think just standing here, frankly, would have been okay. It's not like a flank or anything, but you have a little bit of a sight line. Yeah, there you go. That's good. Good, Dynamite. Just shoot it. Just shoot it. Like, obviously, it's a little bit low, but the timing of the Dynamite was correct. The target of the Dynamite was correct. The placement could have been a little bit better, and then detonate it, right? Missed opportunities, man. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Rotate away. It's too close. You're dead. Rotate away. Remember, you will get pushed as Ashe. They have to. If they don't, you die. They die. So expect it. Live, rotate, coach, cover, distance, angle, then set your feet and shoot again. They're going to push you. Rotate, rotate, coach gun, find cover, set your feet and shoot again. You cannot greed that there. This is fine. Just set your feet and shoot. Man, these dynamites are rough. These dynamites are rough. These dynamites are rough. They're just kind of sitting there, you know? There's an opportunity there to detonate that dynamite. There was a crucial opportunity there that you needed. You stop opening with Blossom? Yeah, Blossom is not always bad to open with, but you kind of have to, like, surprise people for it to work. Because it's very easy to shut down. This is good. There it is. Oh, you guys C9'd. Okay, let's keep going here. I feel like we're kind of cruising through this review, Ishiki, because I feel like we have like a camaraderie. You get what I'm saying? Most of my students just don't get it. They don't understand. Do you have any questions so far? I feel like we've had a lot of conversations about game theory and positioning, so thankfully those boxes have been checked. But do you have any questions specifically about Ashe? We definitely have a pretty clear picture of what you need to work on forming. This is high plat. This is high plat. Do you have any good reputation of getting better at aiming and positioning? Just set individual goals. Never be broad with your goals. Almost never. Always be like, what am I working on with my aiming? Is it my crosshair placement? Is it my movement? Is it my going for the head and getting out of the habit? Is it my positioning? Is it my cover usage? Is it maintaining my range? Is it finding a good off angle or playing around my team? That's how you get better at anything, is you dissect it into those details. Most of DPS ults are better mid-fight. Yeah, a lot of them are. What's good mechanics tips for Dynamite? I mean, a lot of it is, especially in like the shorter ranges, is you don't even need to move your crosshair. So I'll show you what I mean here. And this is just something we need to get comfortable with. This might even be a good thing to practice in Vaxta, right? So like, look at this here, right? Shorter ranges, I don't even need to move my crosshair. It's the longer ranges where you have to move your crosshair. So like here, right? That's where I throw up and then just move my crosshair down. It just takes practice. You'll get used to it. There's all sorts of tips I can have with Dynamite. The biggest tip I can have is just get into Vaxta, you know, get in those workshop codes and just practice it versus different targets at different ranges. I remember the past, IOSX told me to ignore Dynamite if it only hits one target because Headshot does more, but I think that's not true anymore. I never really agreed with IOSX in that aspect. The reason why you don't ignore Dynamite if it does one target, because it could be one headshot, is because you can get both. So, for example, if I'm on an angle here, and I peek this angle, and I throw my Dynamite, I can detonate, right? I can min-max my burst. You understand what I'm saying there? Because they may not react to the Dynamite in time. You see what I'm saying? So I throw the Dynamite, they don't see it. They see it now, it's too late. I shoot it, I go into the headshot. You understand?
Never said it'd be pretty.
Now, if they know that you're there, then yeah, sure, you can turn the corner, open with a headshot, and save the Dynamite for when they disengage behind cover. Then you hit the Dynamite. Ignore that. Pretend that actually hit. But you guys get what I'm saying. Use your brain. Think about it. You're smart. You'll figure it out. Open with Dynamite when they're not expecting it. Open with Dynamite when they're behind cover. If they are not behind cover and they know that you're there, open with a shot. Wait for their response. Then use Dynamite. You'll figure it out. Yeah, you'll figure it out. And there's also before, you know, we talk about the DPS passive, which is extended, and so on. There's nuance in the argument, Yashiki. And so what you might want to do is you could go into a ranked game and just think about when do I want to use Dynamite and where do I want to use Dynamite, and just practice that decision making, right? Because I would say it's not a super simple decision. There are levels of nuance there, you know. Teammates uncarryable. Boosting services. Or maybe maybe if you cried a little less, you could see a little better. Maybe so you'd hit more shots. That might help. Have I seen Cassie's win rate and overbuff? I have not. I'm good, Blair. It's just not a particularly well-placed Dynamite. This might... Okay, this is where maybe, Yashiki, maybe some of IOSX's advice would inadvertently help you. Because I think here you just don't really have any information, and so you're just throwing Dynamite. Take a second. Take a couple of shots here. See how they respond. And then with how they respond here, notice that you can't shoot right now. So then what you do is you Dynamite once they've ducked behind cover here. So maybe take a couple of shots, see how they respond, then Dynamite. Because they know you're there. There's no element of surprise here. So this is where we can start to kind of play with the Dynamite logic, right? It's under 10% at all ranks. I think that's just overbuff being silly. Overbuff is not perfectly reliable. Angle here is probably fine. Your team is here. You're here. There's not a lot of options here. If the fight's a little bit further back, this is pretty good, but this is like a little too far. So I think this is okay. Like you have, if your entire team was here, maybe you'd want to like rotate to here or here. But yeah, I think this is okay. You got a nice little angle here. It's fine. Nice casual toggle. Good coach gun. Rotate back. Now to shoot. You see that right there was nice. I don't know if this was done purposefully, but this was nice. Check it out. So they know that we're there, and so we immediately open with headshot instead. So we shoot, they duck behind cover, and then as they duck behind cover, you follow up with a Dynamite. This is really nice. Check this out. Bam! Even if that only hit one target, that's a beautiful Dynamite. Very well done. And so that really, now we've got 2 DPS, 1, 2, 3 people, actually including Moira, AFK, almost totally AFK. So much pressure off of your tank line, so much pressure off of your Reaper, and now your team takes a lot of space off of that. Really nicely done. Nicely done. So yeah, it's nuanced. You need to find cover here. You need to find cover. I don't like the solo Dynamite onto the tank behind cover. This is way too close. This is way too close. You need, if you're going to rotate here, you rotate to here, right? A little bit of a better sightline, or even rotate to here, just where you have a little bit of an angle, better cover. Can you set up Dynamite with Coach Gun? Yes. Yeah, basically you got too close, and you just, because of that, not only did you almost die, but you also were a liability and or lost all your pressure output. Started this fight really, really, really well, and then Game of Thrones-esque kind of an ending, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that was a plat magnet. You guys got it.
Back from the bone orchard.
tendency to press W the more these fights evolve. Where should we go, chat? First off, this dynamite looks like it's intended for Zarya, so I'm going to Mauled. But given where this fight is happening, this is the rotation. This is the rotation here. Really great option. And then honestly, even here too, right? Maybe it was intended for Bastion, but yeah, no bueno. How do I get Mercy, e-girl, girlfriend of Masters? You play Overwatch. You are incapable of meeting girls. This is just too close. This is just way too close. And it's also too close considering you don't have Dynamite. If you had Dynamite here, maybe doable. But yeah, this is just the inappropriate rotation.
Where is everybody?
No problem, mate. Good luck. Rotate left. Rotate left. Or right. I mean, this feels a little too close for me, right? But this has happened before. You guys remember the first round? We need our Dynamite here. So take a shot, duck behind cover, and Dynamite. Yeah, don't do the Dynamite in the open if you can. And now you have Bob. So actually now you can ego this. You have a Mercy Pocket and you have Bob. Do it. Do it. Nice. Nice. Fight winner right there. A lot of space off of that. Maybe you didn't need to... So the only nitpick I would have here is you don't need to Bob right away. Take the angle, pop a shot, bait them to be like, Rah! And then go, Rah! Back at them with the Bob. So take the angle here, take a couple of shots, they look at you, and then you Bob the angle, right? That way you can like squeeze every little bit of value out of it. That being said, the placement of the Bob is good. It's going to win you the fight. Surely? Yeah. You can kind of notice that like the way that they rotate to avoid the Bob ends up losing them the fight. Ah. Unlucky. More screaming. Yes, always more screaming. I think you just disengaged this fight, yep. Wait, don't you have a girl and you play Overwatch? I don't play Overwatch. Have you guys seen me play? But point taken. Nice Dynamite on the flank there. Again, I think this, given where the fight is happening here, once again, the rotation is 100% here. This is where you remember the same mistake you were making earlier, where you're pushing up too early. You were pushing too far forward. You did not know where the fight was happening, and you pushed too far forward in the previous round, the round one. Remember that? Now the opposite is happening, where you guys are the one retaking, and you're still not paying attention to where the fight is happening. You take an angle around where the fight happens. If the fight happens in your spawn, you know what you do? You take the angle over here. Take the positioning as contextual with where the fight is happening. You're trying to just walk down main because that's where you fought the first fight. But the first fight was because the fight was happening here. The fight's not happening here anymore. It's happening here. This position isn't going to work. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. All I say is it's poo-poo. So, rotate, rotate, rotate. This is too close. This is not your best rotation. I appreciate that you're trying to solve the problem, but this isn't it. This isn't it. You're cooked. You're cooked. Sayonara, buddy. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot here. I think, let me check I have to make sure I'm not scamming you here because I feel like we're under 30 minutes, no? Let me double check. Listen, guys, we got to get your money's worth. I'm not going to scam you out of your hard-earned money. As tempting as it may be. 6 minutes, 27. No, we got 3 more minutes. Yashiki, I have 3 minutes. Do you have another code? We could look at like one more, look at one more team fight. Or we could just take notes. She always died to the flank Moira. Is that my problem? It's only your problem if you can take a good sight lane to deal with Moira. Stop. Okay, here's where we're going to cash in my 3 minutes so that I can feel better about myself. Your job is not to solve your teammates' problems. That is not your job. Your job is to maximize your pressure and to maximize your value. It is not your job to help your teammates' problems. That is not your job. Your job is to get value. If you are having an issue with a flanking Moira, let's go back to that last fight really fast here. You play to your strengths. That's it. You know what helps with flanking Moira? Here's what helps with flanking Moira. Let's go to that last fight. You know what helps with flanking Moira? Beating the ever-living crap out of this backline, making the soldier rotate away, shooting the Bastion. The Moira's flanking because you're not putting pressure on her team, so she can do whatever she wants. So either you trade backlines here and let the flank Moira not even be able to get to you because you're too far away, or you make the flank Moira go backwards because you're just raining fire onto the rest of her team. It's not your job to help your team. Your job is to put pressure. Don't solve problems. I see this all the time. This is the Reinhardt pinning backline to stop the Sombra from harassing his Zenyatta. Maybe appropriate if there's nothing else, but probably just appropriate to get trades elsewhere and to make sure there's no follow-up to the Sombra. Should you dynamite higher up, like above the enemy team? If you see opportunities to, like you could do it over here, like if there's somebody hiding behind here. But man, I made a whole video about this, I want to say like a year and a half ago, about toxic team play. People that try to help their team and then end up doing things that the character's really bad at, right? And it's stuff like this, right? And then you end up being the person dying to the Moira, or you end up needing support, right? Don't do this. Do what your team needs you to do, which is to shoot people in the freaking head. Do your thing. You know? Now, if you want to swap to a character that you're good at, that is really good at dealing with a flanking Moira, be my guest. Be my guest. Solve the problem by going a character that actually deals with the problem better. But notice that I said a character that you play. If you're trying to swap the Bastion because it's like, oh, it's going to deal with a flank Moira, but you don't play Bastion, then you're throwing. Because you might deal with the Moira, but you're going to throw every other situation out there. Well, Scalaman, Brig, Lucio, exactly. You've already kind of answered your question, right? Because Brigitte, Lucio are good at dealing with those problems. So them solving those problems is what they want to do anyway, right? Do what your character is designed to do, and then don't worry about it. Do your job. Protect your team. Pressure the enemy team. Swing in the enemy tank. Harass the backline. Flank. Don't flank. Do what your character does. And you will win fights.
Yos below, if we have 99% of point and need to win just one fight, but we have a DPS who leaves and it's a 4v5, should we run supports with high heals or just abandon healing and use other supports?
I would say play around your strengths, obviously. Play like the characters and then just stack up ultimates and play for one fight. If you really wanted to go crazy mode, I would go like Nanoblade, Go something where like you can like Nanoblade Grav or something like that. Like a Nanoblade Grav, I don't know, Kiriko or Coalescence or something where you can just like press Q all at the same time and just auto win. Yeah, EMP. Yeah, the problem with EMP is like most people don't play Sombra, but yeah, you just basically find like 4 ults to just combo. Can you estimate how long I should train before the next session? Train for at least 3 or 4 weeks until you feel like you've progressed a lot and or you have a lot of questions. It's like helping people finish their work before you finish your own. Right, exactly. If you use the back, yeah. Scrim sessions are fine. Scrim sessions are totally fine. I've done scrim sessions all the time. It's no problem. Okay, any questions, Yoshiki? I would say play to your range, pay attention to where your team fight is playing, practice the nuance of opening with dynamite versus not opening with dynamite, and stop moving unnecessarily. If I could throw in one more, because we got to make a full 5 here, is I like the bobs, but maybe start to put a little bit of shoot pressure first and then bob. But the placement of the bobs was really, really good. Okay, sounds good. Good luck with your practice, mate. Always a pleasure. All right, warning. Warning. If you have not taken a look at the director's take, it's too late. It's too late. You're not going to be able to form your own opinions. You're going to have to parrot mine. Oh, what a tragedy. Oh, no, it's too late. It's too late. Let's change title. It's too late, man. It's too late. Yeah. Cancel your plans, put on your thickest socks, and settle into your cozy spot.
14 months
You know the
already
one, the
WTFFF.
66 Director's Take is out now. Okay, so full disclaimers here. We're not going to talk about 66 or 505 just yet, unless like how much we get hammered into this. I got the opportunity to meet Aaron in LA. What's up, Qualify? Appreciate the sub. Super nice guy. Really seems like he genuinely cares a lot about the game. Obviously don't know him personally. No, we're not chill like that, sadly. But seems like a really nice guy. And I think I'm always going to give people the benefit of the doubt. So you know what? I'm going to criticize and critique fairly here. Obviously, that's my spiel. I'm the yapper. I everything is the psychology. You know what I'm saying? That's my spiel. But what we're not going to do is we're not going to lampoon. You guys get what I'm saying? You guys know what I'm saying. We're going to be respectful and appreciative. And I think that is part of the difficulty, because I did meet this person in person. And so I'm going to cut them some slack. I'm going to cut him some slack, right? Just how it is, right? I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Maybe that gives me a little bit of positive bias. Maybe that means I'm a shill. I don't know at all what's in this. Might disagree with a lot of it. I might disagree with only some of it. But meeting somebody in person humanizes them, and I don't think that's a bad thing. You here for the lampooning? What's up, Kyle? Okay. Damage control, Spylo strikes again. Look, guys, just listen. You know me. I'm going to be fair, but I'm also not going to be hyperbolic. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Big Overwatch has gotten a Spylo. Oh, yeah, I'm cooked, man. Okay. Director's take, opening up the conversation. Dude, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I was a little nervous before starting stream. I haven't been this nervous in a long time. Okay, let's zoom in just a wee bit here. Wee. Okay, hey everyone. There's been a lot of talk about 6v6 lately, and it's only intensified in recent weeks since we posted our latest Director's Take and made a Twitter post with a promise to talk about it in the future. Well, now is the future, and that is the next piece, so let's go into it. Wait, let's not get into it quite yet. This is a pretty complex and nuanced topic. It's my word! All right, it's my word. And it gets to the beating heart. Let's actually move this over so you guys can see. It gets to the beating heart of what makes this game tick. Our players have different opinions and preferences about the ideal number of players in an Overwatch match, and so does our team. We're a microcosm of the broader community and discuss this internally. I'm hoping that this piece will serve as an introduction to our own discussion and a jumping off point to engage with all of you. Hey, I don't know, like an hour-ish probably.
So just make it warm and put
whatever, yeah, sure, thank you. Okay. I'd also like to set a few expectations and ground rules. First, it's pretty long. Creators are going to lose their voices reading this one aloud. Ha, never. Not me. I'm just built different. Creators, if you like a TLDR, the what's next section should suffice. Secondly, I'm not here to tell you what you ought to like or even what's empirically better. Okay, that's crucial right there, right? This is an opinion piece. I think that's, regardless of what you think, there's strengths and weaknesses to both sides of the argument. I think from like a game design, integrity of the design standpoint, I think 66 has a much better track record. 5v5 is where we're at right now, though, and might be the more the more easy. It's kind of hard to say. Like 66 in terms of game design, in terms of like the psychology of the tank problem, it definitely has a much better and much easier solution. 5v5 maybe has a better solution for choke points and maps and autonomy of individuals, and in terms of queue time. So we've talked about it. If you guys want more thoughts on this, the Sumito versus Spylo debate on Sumito's YouTube does a good job of, I think, clarifying my opinion. Secondly, this is a game, and your preference for fun is relative to your tastes, ability, and experience. Lastly, there are years of decisions that affect such a fundamental piece of Overwatch. Some of you might be intimately aware of these, while others might not. Before diving in, I'd like to set the stage and give some context on some of the larger changes to the game that ultimately culminated in the 5v5 format we have today. Nice. Maybe not a better track record, Poivin. What I'm saying is that 66 has a more obvious solution to some of the tank psychology things, but we don't know immediately how that would play out. Okay. Historical context. There have been 3 large format changes to Overwatch, and the first happened shortly after the game launched. This was hero limits. Before this, there could have been a number of a particular hero, any number. You could have 6 Genjis or 6 Reinhardts. The winner of Team 4's internal tournament was 1 Winston and 5 Zenyatas. We called it Quinston. Zenyatta orb stacked with no cap to healing at the time. It was glorious and terrifying. That's a lot of healing. Wow. Okay. During early development, it was necessary to have duplicate heroes per team. Our first core combat Monza only had 4 heroes. As the roster grew, this was no longer necessary and also introduced issues. Overwatch heroes had very distinct kits with impactful abilities. Stacking abilities could be fun, but it posed challenges to balancing many of these abilities in game. People reference double barrier, but back then you could have 6. Imagine cycling 6 immortality fields. The number of team compositions and strategies available was huge. The variety was great, But we didn't want to feel like we could ever truly balance the game without severely watering down our characters, so we made the choice to impose a limit of 1 hero per team. This essentially solved the issue of ability stacking, but it did have a few side effects. It traded some of the creativity and putting together team compositions for a more consistent and balanced experience. It also took away some choices from players. If someone wanted to play Tracer, but you were already Tracer, he knew what he was doing, they would be unable to. A theme of this and future decisions was limiting match variety as well as player freedom and creativity in order to create a more balanced, consistent, and competitive experience for players. This is the key thing for me. He's right. Limiting options not only can create a better experience, but it actually, in many ways, opens up creativity because it enforces a basic structure and allows for more options to be available. The problem with removing options is a lot of those options will be optimized. Quinstant, 3 tanks, 3 supports, and the same tanks and supports. When you enforce a careful, cautious, and calculated limitation, you introduce more options. It's as simple as this. If you could have 3 tanks and 3 supports and not need to play DPS, in many ways in Overwatch 1, that was the way to go. And you would have had to have nerfed supports and tanks so hard to the point to where they would be very difficult for DPS to be viable in that situation. And that, speaking on this just very lightly, but this is a great example of like, oh, they removed our hero variety. They crushed our creativity. Sorry, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Any game in the world has rules. And finding the balance between creative expression and the basic structure of the gameplay is crucial. And I'm sorry, right, exactly. I know a lot of people out there like, oh, roll Q killed the game. Screw you, you're an idiot. Respectfully, it was terrible. Hero limits ruin the game. No, you're an idiot. Okay, remember this point because we'll touch on it a few more times in this piece. I think the hero limit rule was a great decision, and we would make it again. The other 2 large format changes have a lot of positive benefits, but are not as clear cut. The second large change to the game's format was the move from open to roll queue, which limited team compositions to 2 heroes from each role. Before roll queue, there was no enforced 2-2-2 team composition, and players had the freedom to select any role that they liked once they loaded the match. With open queue, teams had a lot of freedom of choice about what heroes and compositions to play, but there were quite a few problems that roll queue intended to address. Prior to implementing roll queue, there was a stark imbalance in the number of people playing each role within each match. Damage was by far, and still is today, the most popular role, and tank was by far the least popular. In fact, seeing matches with 5 or even 6 damage players in each team was not uncommon, and anybody that says otherwise is gaslighting you or a strictly high-ranked player. I am so tired of hearing people attacking roll queue because, in GM, we would... No. If you played in plat, gold, silver, bronze, I did all of these before roll queue. Diamond, match quality was significantly impacted by lack of roll queue. It sucked. You had the tank with no supports or 1 support, tilting at the DPS not getting picks, and rage swapping Roadhog or going Widowmaker. It happened all the time. 20, 30, 40% of games. And that's not even addressing the OP stack of support and tanks. It's just false. And anybody that says otherwise is either gaslighting you themselves or played in a higher rank with a higher competitive level where people were more willing to swap because they just wanted to win. Lower ranks, it just didn't happen. And the problem is low to mid ranks was a vast 90% or more majority of the play race. I literally changed hero pools to fit this because I lost so many games. I got forced into playing Mercy, I got forced into playing Ryan, I got forced into playing Winston, and it's just how it happened. This is the one that really tilts me because there are people out there that defend this and it's just really silly. It's really silly. Okay, the role imbalance frequently led to wildly imbalanced matches between teams. The game played better when heroes from all 3 roles were selected. The disparity caused social issues as players would try to pressure others into playing tank or support roles even if they didn't want to. It made balancing heroes more difficult so they couldn't balance around a certain role ratio for each team. True. And it even made introducing new characters. Like you could even, you want to talk about getting boosted. You could get boosted being a consistent support and tank player in Overwatch 1 because you were just willing to be playing and enjoying heroes that other people didn't want to play. You could literally boost yourself by playing main tank. in Overwatch before role queue, because there were a certain percentage of players that just didn't want to play tank. So you could create a massive advantage for your team just by picking a character. It's created this statistical anomaly where a lot of tank and support players would boost themselves, even though they weren't that good at the game, even though the roles weren't necessarily OP prior to Brig. It's just that people didn't want to play. So you could create an immediate 5% advantage, 10% advantage for your team winning just by picking the role that other people didn't want to play. And it even made introducing new heroes more difficult, since any new carrot had to take into consideration hundreds of different team compositions and abilities that could overlap with it. The move to a role queue format was aimed to mitigate these challenges. And obviously people talk about GOATs as well. This definitely was a thing too. Now, GOATs could have been solved by addressing sustain issues. I agree with a lot of the other content creators that talk about this as well. I do think that GOATs was solvable, but the thing is that GOATs was only a percentage of the problem. It wasn't just the problem in of itself. Okay, Brightside, thank you for the sub. Moving to role queue solved many of these problems and added some additional benefits to the game as well. With role queue in place, matchmaking is based on skill within a given role, not just skill overall, right? And I know some people don't like that, but that's how it goes, right? You're not your global ranking, but you're ranking within the role. Some players have wildly different skill ratings per role, so the ability to matchmake around set roles provide a big, measurable boost in match quality. Role queue also solidified the identity of each role, and the fantasy of doing that role's job became clearer. However, the switch to role queue system did have some downsides, the largest was much longer queue times. And this is true. And this is the other problem that people want to introduce when it comes to high rank bias, because what rank do you think was affected by this the most? And the answer is obvious. It's the rank that already didn't mind role queue as much, or the lack of role queue, because they were more willing to flex and fill. It's the higher ranks. It's the higher ranks. So the higher ranks were met with the brutality of the higher queue times more so. So this basically emphasized their already existing bias, vice versa. Prior to role queue, the matchmaker just needed to find 12 players of a similar skill level in order to put matches together. After role queue, it needed to find 4 players of each role to make a match. The total number of players queuing has no effects in this. It's almost solely governed by the ratio of people queuing for the least popular role. In other words, you could have 1,000 tank players or 100 tank players. The only thing that matters is the ratio of tank players to DPS players. And let's be honest, tank player was the least common role. So you could have 1 million DPS players queuing, but if you didn't have at least a couple thousand tank players, the queue times were going to be brutal. Given the game's lower relative ratio of players queuing for tank, there you go, then other damage and support roles, queue times went way up. We'll go into detail on this later. The team tried to address the imbalance in various ways. Okay, thank you, Sarah Lee. We introduced a priority pass system that gave players who play low demand roles tank a shorter queue when they switched to damage. This had a positive effect for several weeks, but its influence quickly faded. We also introduced systems to reward players for playing tank, eventually giving them a loot box and a bunch of XP. None of these were able to put a dent in the demand for playing DPS. Damage queue times drifted a bit lower over time, but much of this was due to the introduction of open queue competitive and the permanent loss of damage players unwilling to wait that long for a match. Now, one of the things that I don't know if they're going to touch on here, but I'm going to point out here, part of the thing that killed tank queues was the tanks that were meta. It was misery to play Reinhardt and Winston at this point in time. I stopped playing Reinhardt and Winston around this point in time because this was right before role queue. Playing into Brig sucked. Like, it was actual cancer. Not peeling, but frontline Brig. It was cancer. You had every single thing playing tank to you. Winston was not fun to play. Ryan was not fun to play. Diva was not fun to play. You played Orisa or you played Sigma. Or you played Roadhog or whatever else. I mean, even Ball was hard at times. Now, I'm painting with a broad brush here. Obviously, a lot of metas changed and shifted over time. But there's a reason why Double Shield was so popular. It wasn't just because those characters were strong, because they obviously were, but because those characters did not have to interact with the worst aspects of playing tank. And that really killed a lot of people's motivation to play tank. So, disaster. So it's and we have to introduce that nuance. I don't think that this removes the points here. I still agree, but we have to again nuance here, right? We have to make that point. Bullskunk, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. So we keep going here. There were additional drawbacks with role queue. I mentioned earlier that many of our decisions made improvements to the game at the cost of match variety and player freedom. Team compositions were now locked. This is another step to a more consistent experience, but sometimes consistency can start to feel samey. Well, I wonder why. I'm having a great stream, Bull. I appreciate it, mate. There were some pretty exciting metas in the pre-roll queue world, and swapping to a hero of a different role mid-match was often a much bigger change and more exciting than swapping to one of the same role. Like Hero Limit's role queue took away part of the freedom in selecting heroes that served as the base of Overwatch, but I often wonder if the success of it is as cut and dry as that of Hero Limits. Could there be an in-between version that softens the original problem without solving them and also isn't quite as restrictive as the current role queue system? A bit more on that later. And again, I want to emphasize, I would love to have actual statistics here. Maybe I'm misremembering, but a lot of the more meta DPS, a lot of the more meta tanks, a lot of the more meta supports were just not fun. Ana wasn't relevant for years. Zen was relevant in GOATs and with Brigitte, but obviously, Zen is even in a problematic character as a whole. Your boy Karn, think of this up. Lucio wasn't super good outside of a lot of the more speedier comps. It was a lot of BAP. It was a lot of Brigitte. There was some Mercy. It was Hanzo. A lot of the spammier stuff with the double shield was good. Genji was not good. Tracer was not good for a long period of time. Yeah. The third major format change. These challenges, as well as longer queue times, leads to the third most recent format change of the game, the shift from 6v6 to 5v5. This is almost a blog within a blog, but we're going to cover three things. Why we switched, queue times after the switch, and what the team thinks about 6v6. Here we go. Why we switched to 5v5. There are many reasons behind the transition to 5v5. When we launched Overwatch 2, we talked about the greater individual agency that players could have in 5v5. This is true. Don't let anybody gaslight you otherwise. Tank players, you have more engaged options. You might have fewer choices, and you might be victimized by rock, paper, scissors more. But I saw a video, one of these 6v6 videos posted by another one of these no-name YouTubers, no offense. Everyone just milks subscribers and views off of lazy Overwatch hate. And it was talking about how, like, 6v6, you could take flanks. 5v5, you can't take flanks, so you can't do anything in your own. It's so silly. It's so stupid. 5v5, there's more space. There's more space. I'm sorry. No name shade. Well, I only do it because it's like everyone's like, get out, like, I'm just going to do a trash Overwatch video. Some crappy thumbnail and crappy lazy effort repeating the same arguments by every other content creator out there and farm views. I hate it. It drives me nuts. Overwatch is a team sport and requires players to rely on others to be successful. This was even more the case previously, and the game could be frustrating if your team was out of sync. Many times, fight in 66 couldn't resolve until ultimate abilities came online. Correct that until ultimate combos could be executed to break through two tanks worth of mitigation supported by high uncontested healing output. So I'm glad that they said both two tanks worth of mitigation and high uncontested healing, because really both were a problem. As I spoke with Samito in our debate, I think the high uncontested healing output was by far the bigger problem. But tank mitigation stacking was a problem, specifically within chokes. It was easier to pressure those tanks when it wasn't supported by high uncontested healing output. Again, both things are true. Let's address the nuance here. The world of 66 could have really high highs, but really, really low lows. One of the design goals of 5v5 was to try to raise that floor, even if it was at the expense of some of those high moments. Overwatch 2, my scroll wheel's not working, also has greater emphasis on first-person shooter gameplay. There's less damage mitigation and crowd control, and players get to shoot at enemies more. Crowd control could take players out of the game for extended periods of time, especially when they change back-to-back. A 5-second Sombra hack, may freeze, Brig Bash, honestly, Burst Assault could all happen consecutively to one player. Typically, a tank who could often survive this onslaught, at least in game. Their real-life mental health was another story. Now, I know everyone has seen the Overwatch 2 clips. Everyone's seen them. This is still possible. But let's, again, be objective here. It is not good right now, but it is better. It is better. It is better. This is still a factor, but this is not. This is still a factor, but this is a lot less a factor. And this is still bad, but it's not near as bad. And this doesn't stun as much. Like, everyone wants to remember, Overwatch 2, you can still get hacked, boop, whip chop. And as a solo tank, you're often the target of those things more often. That is true. But, the floor for Overwatch 1 tank experience was lower. It was worse, potentially worse, especially if you didn't get the right tank, and especially playing in the wrong comp. It was. I'm sorry, it was. It didn't happen all the time. You did have the other tank to be able to pull attention and pull some of those cooldowns away from you, but it happened. You can literally look up the clips right now. And it's why I quit playing tank. It's why I quit playing tank. Because of this. I couldn't handle it. Damage heroes often complain that the role was the least impactful relative to the strength of super powerful tank synergies and support heroes undoing their playmaking. The emphasis on ability cooldown management, ult tracking, shooting barriers instead of players, and not big enough timing windows to just shoot enemies and get eliminations were all factors compared to this feeling. I agree. I think a lot of this was balance work. I think that if you had addressed support and addressed tank mitigation, that this was an impactful, a solvable issue. And again, a lot of it was the tanks and supports that were meta. This was as much a hero balance as it was a format issue. Okay. So support heroes also had to focus almost exclusively on healing since there were bigger team health pools and more incoming damage in the field. In 5v5, they had more agency and more damage in duels. Now, this is, I think, one of the stronger arguments for 5v5 objectively, maybe even more than Q times. Maybe even more than Q times. This is something I brought up with this when we were talking with Samito. This is true. This might be solvable in different ways. Maybe with the heal passive introduced, maybe it's not as big of an issue. But this is objectively true and one of the biggest upswings for me in terms of making support much more interesting in Overwatch 2. You have much more capability to be able to do your own thing and assist DPS and or put pressure yourself. Heal bonding in Overwatch 1 was a lot more powerful and a lot more necessary. Tank synergy wasn't always fun. It slowed the game down and people stabilized it, but sometimes it actually ground it into a halt. No pun intended. Guys, get it? Ready? Haha, halt, Orisa. People point to the double shield meta as an example of this. It just wasn't about double shields, though. The ability to stack a very defensive heavy lineup, especially in game modes that required a team to push through a small choke, caused a lot of matches to feel like there was no progress at all. I coached professional Overwatch for 5 years. And chokes were not just a bronze player problem. They were the emphasis of so much coaching that we would literally have VOD reviews on 2CP map chokes, just how to break. And by the way, this was not even double shield meta. This was a dive meta. But the chokes were so difficult to break. We would have repeated VOD reviews over weeks and months on strategy on how to break these chokes with and without 2CP. Eichenwald, Midtown Now would be a much harder experience. A lot of it could have been solved with map design, so I'm not going to put it all in 6v6. But 6v6, if implemented today, would require a revisiting of map chokes all over again. Okay. The ability to stack a very defensive heavy alignment, The game is faster now, and it doesn't typically stall out. It feels like there's more room to move around a map without the need to earn every inch of it. In 5v5, fights are often less focused on moving around a death ball, and there's more room to take angles, flank, and duel other players, which brings in more of the first-person shooter gameplay. And this is where Samito's argument is that, yes, you have the opportunity to take angles and flank and so on, but because a lot of the times the tanks are just tankier, it removes a target that you can shoot. So instead of being able to shoot 6 targets, you now can really only shoot 4 because you can't, there's one fewer tank and that tank is oftentimes not a viable target to shoot. Now that's not always true depending on the situation or the target that you're playing, but it is a nuance that we have to introduce because it is true. It is true. Okay, while 6 users can have high moments, it's also hard to follow. Tracking 9 other players is easier than 11. That is also objectively true. There are fewer visual effects on screen, especially during big team fights. Overwatch is a pretty demanding game, and moving to 5v5 made it a bit more cognitively manageable. Lastly, one of the biggest benefits of 5v5 is dramatically reduced queue times. Let's explore that. The chart below shows ranked play queue times per role after the introduction of role queue, compared to the queue times per role in Overwatch 5v5 role queue. As you can see, the shift to 5v5 role queue dramatically reduced queue times for players in all roles, and most notably, the damage role, which is the most popular role. So 6v6 damage role, post queue, lifetime. 6v6 post role queue, support, lifetime. Tank, lifetime. Now, Devil's Advocate, Lucario, thank you for the subscription. I think this is very enlightening, but I am going to say that this part of this gap is because of 2 things. One, well, really the only one, it's development. It's development. Post-roll queue was the beginning of the end of Overwatch 1 in terms of lack of development, new content, new heroes, and so on. We went pretty much role silent. Remember, keep in mind that role queue was introduced right after Sigma's released, in which case the only characters that we had, if I remember correctly, was Echo? I don't remember where Wrecking Ball fell exactly. So there wasn't a lot of development in the game for quite a long time, and that's going to affect role queue time slightly. I know it said that population does not affect things, but obviously if there's new and shiny things for the tank player to log into, then we're going to have fewer ratio issues. So I think that's probably a small factor in this as well. We have to admit, I think. I think Ball was first. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah. So anyway, long story short, this is very enlightening. I don't care what stance it is. This is crazy. Oh, you're right. Default. Thank you. I mean, there you go. And there's a lot of nuance here. You know, I'm sure this changed from season to season, and there might have been times when tank was bad or DPS crews were bad, but this is crazy. This is no asterisk could explain this, really. No asterisk can explain this. That's insane. And equally, almost equally insane is this. I mean, that's half, guys. That is half. Half. So the biggest factor driving the difference between Overwatch and Overwatch 2 queue times is the ratio of players queuing for each role. We hear players speculate that long queue times are a result of not enough players playing Overwatch. That isn't the case. I mean, obviously, yes. But instead, that relative to other roles, players generally queue tank less, leading to longer wait times for all while we wait for a tank to free up for the proper match. So in practice, the actual ratio of players queuing for tank damage support is much closer to the 1-2-2 format than the previous 2-2-2 format. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't tank players quitting. It just means that despite tank players quitting, the ratio is still closer to what we need for faster matchmaking. Now, you can argue still that in terms of the quality of the game experience, you'd rather have a longer queue time. Yeah, you're entitled to that. You're not wrong. But I think this is still brought up as like, oh, the queue times aren't actually better in Overwatch 2, and the answer is you're wrong. So if that was never your opinion, that's fine. You know, this doesn't necessarily shoot down the 66 argument by any means. As a result, the 5v5 role queue formats better mirror actual players' interest in each role, and making the switch result in shorter queues. The sharp drop-off in queue times of October of 2022 is when Overwatch 2, along with 5v5, shipped. The queue times of all heroes dropped and are now much shorter. This was all because the game required one fewer tank. One fewer tank. Fewer, Aaron. Fewer! If you look at the current queue times, you can see that there is a still lack of tanks compared to our other roles. Just flipping the switch and returning to 66 would likely cause a return to previous queue times or worse. Regardless of the amount of players in game, queue times are always reflective of how many people are queued per role. In other words, the main driver of increased queue times is the ratio of players queued. Since there are fewer players queuing as tank, queues would likely go back the same way that they were before. The rule is if you can count it, the number is fewer. If you can't count it, but it's an uncountable quantity, it's less. There's been a lot less rain recently. But there's been fewer raindrops. Nerd. The game started its life with 6 players in each team. I discussed why we moved away from 66, but that doesn't mean it's without any merit. There were moments in madness that could happen with 12 players in a match that just doesn't quite coalesce when there are 10. It was almost too much to keep track of. Correction, it was too much to keep track of at times, but that was part of the charm. There are big moments in Overwatch 2, but they don't quite have that same chaotic, over-the-top feeling to them. Part of that chaos allowed players to feel less pressure in a match. I really hope that they address tank. Okay, I think it looks like we're going there. There was an extra player to take up the bit of slack for someone that was performing poorly, and since that player was a tank, they had quite a bit of impact. They need to address tanking here. They need to address the feeling of being the solo attention of tanking here. This has to be addressed. And since there were a lot of more hit points and defensive capabilities to burn through, which had a stabilizing effect on gameplay, teams would fold a bit slower than they do now. We went over some of the issues of tank synergy earlier, but having 2 of them allowed one to focus on protecting their backline while the other held ground or pushing the enemy team. The tank role had a lot of depth in understanding how to work with the other tank on the team. This part of the mastery curve took a long time to learn, and for the small group of people devoted to it, that was part of its allure. Oh, beautiful. We mentioned the difficulty in balancing tank for 66 earlier, but the past year and a half has shown us that there are a lot of issues with balancing tanks for 5v5 as well. For much of Overwatch 2, tanks have been fairly balanced, but one of them becomes a powerful outlier, like Malga, that can be felt strongly in the world of one tank. We need to talk about they need to address the difficulty of the solo tanking here. At least to know that I think that people are aware that it's an issue, I think. And maybe we're not there yet, because the attention of the 2 tanks is now put on 1. So there's a lot more psychological and direct pressure put onto the solo tank, and that is the biggest problem in 5v5. The biggest problem. What's next? There was a lot of setup. I think I put more effort in this than any essay I wrote in college. So where do we go from here? At the end of the day, we want to make the game that players want to play. Because of the challenges mentioned previously, we are focused on making 5v5 the best experience that it can be. However, because we operate as a service to our players, we always remain open-minded to reevaluating our decisions based on your actions and feedback to give you the best game experience that we can. Rather than introduce a disruptive permanent change to the game, we prefer to explore the space further and make changes based on that exploration. Nice. With that said, we're looking at running a series of events to try out different core team composition formats in Overwatch 2. The community has just once or twice suggested. Why not put various forms of 6v6 in the game in order to gauge the results? Now, it's funny. I'm going to call out one of my buddies here. Mr. PK, you see his profile picture in the top left? He helps me out with a lot of my projects, a lot of stuff. He has said that I should do this. That I should do a content piece about pushing people to try out, put the money where your mouth is and play 66. It sounds like the Overwatch community agrees. We're exploring how we can test out different forms of 66 in the game to gauge the results. This is taking some time, however, for reasons that may not be readily apparent. The first and honestly largest reason is the need to do this in a way that allows the game to have optimized technical performance. I'm referring to frame rate and memory constraints with 12 players in a match. There have been quite a few upgrades and additions to Overwatch 2 that have an impact on the performance of the game. These range from new features like allied outlines and enabling healer vision by default, the addition of more technically demanding hero kits, as well as visual upgrades to UI, heroes, and maps. And did I skip this paragraph? No, I didn't. Yeah, no, I didn't. Okay. In the 66 setting, these upgrades can have a significant impacts for our players, causing the game to underperform in older systems. Overwatch is a fast-paced game, and maintaining a game that runs smoothly across all platforms is important for the player's experience. While a limited time test could arrive sooner, the team is still investigating exactly how long it would take to permanently increase performance across the game. This would be a large effort that would most likely take at least several seasons to accomplish. Okay, no problem. Another issue, and this still gives me anxiety about opening this Pandora's box, is what to do with queue times if enough players prefer 66 to keep some form of it around. In other words, okay, what percentage of the player base do you guys think is going to prefer or want to try 6v6? Just take a guess. Okay, now what percentage of what role? What role? Go ahead. What role do you think is going to be playing? Probably disproportionately more 66. Right. So there's going to be a larger percentage of tanks, at least comparatively to other roles. And that's dangerous because now you're going to be exacerbating the normal game quick play and ranked queue times. Now you might be like, well, screw him, man. Get fricked. You know, you should have done it. Yeah, 6v6 on top. Yeah. But we don't want to cause... We want to give it be a good test that we can pull results from without like making the rest of the game feel like crap. You know what I'm saying? Thanks. Now we'll have to wait and see. The team was not able to solve this issue previously. While we still have some ideas now, there's no guarantee that they will work. Is there a role where people are willing to live with long queue times to play this format? Maybe. Oh, but that's the other thing too, right? Will queue times be a format? But that's a pretty risky move to make. We also have tens of millions of new players that have only played 5v5. We want to be openly mindful not to frustrate those who like the game as it is today. I love you too, Benish. Like I said, I woke up in the middle of the night, cold sweat, was thinking about Benish.
Why did you wake up with a cold sweat all night?
The outcome of these tests would give us a lot of valuable information to consider moving forward. We'd run the test for a few weeks and gauge interest from the community. Then we measure the impact it had on other experiences in Overwatch 2, like 5v5 arcade, that kind of what we talked about there. We take the lessons from the playtest to see what we can learn about the mode from the current game ecosystem. For what to test, we're getting to the point here where I'm gonna be a little bit more selective about whether we run. It's both for future us to figure out. I'm going to jump on a soapbox for a moment. All right, guys, clench your cheeks. When you look at the changes to Overwatch since its inception, it's clear that many of those who have reduced some of the variety within an Overwatch match. We get feedback from some players that Overwatch can feel the same from game to game. While much of this gets attributed to 5v5, we feel there's more at play here. Besides running experiments with 66, we'd like to run some that examine the ways we tried solving previous problems, specifically with the goal of bringing some of the freedom back to an Overwatch match without the severity of some of the issues that accompanied it. For instance, we think that there could be ways of putting a game together that aren't quite as rigid as a set composition, but not as loose as open queue. We'll be running at least one quick play hack based on this idea in Season 13. There's some gotchas to this direction, but after reading 400 pages of this blog, I hope that you're all able to see that there are trade-offs to many of the decisions that go into this game and into any game, really. I love the experimentation, man. I love the experimentation.
Food's on the stove for you.
Thanks, man. Drive safe.
Don't forget to eat it.
I won't. For years, I'm just so thankful that we're willing to experiment stuff. I'm so glad that we're able to experiment with stuff again. Kudos. Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks, man. Bro, thanks, man is a universal, man. Come on, man. You get what I'm saying. You guys stop distracting me. Listen, guys, I've been married for 10 years. When you guys have been married for 10 years, you guys can throw stones. To wrap it up for now, your feedback has driven both our inspiration and commitment to testing new ideas in game. We want to be super thoughtful about how we implement new ideas into the live game because there are millions of players who jump into Overwatch each season, and we want anything we put in game to benefit our community as a whole. Yeah. Whatever you say, man. Ultimately, the Overwatch team wants to continue building the game. This is the start of the conversation. This isn't the last time we're going to be getting to 5v5. Yeah. That's it. That's it. Okay. I mean, yeah, sure. I think this was, with the amount of pressure being put on Aaron to communicate on this topic, I think he did a good job. I would have liked a little bit more conversation about being aware of the solo tank problem. And I think this is something that I've even, been Mr. Grumpy Pants about it, even with the Alec Dawson interview. I think that, I'm not sure. I would like to see more clear communication that they understand exactly what the solo tank problem is. And that why sometimes the rock, paper, scissors thing. And even addressing some of the little things about why some of the 66 issues were maybe more hero balance issues or hero design issues and the heroes that were meta, right? So, but there's a lot of expectations and there's a lot of boxes to check. So, I appreciate it. And I think everyone's going to feel this is about as inoffensive as you can get, right? They're looking to test things. We can look forward to it. If 66 is a possibility or more flexibility with the format changes, that is on the table. Congratulations. That is on the table. No, Zach, thank you for the donation. That is a classic notification.
Hello. I climbed from Silver 1 to Plat thanks to
Nice.
seeing how you go over VODs and your Lucio VOD reviews.
Nice, mate.
Now
Congratulations.
trying to keep that rank and climb to Diamond. Good looks and thank.
You're very welcome, man. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. What are your thoughts on making the ability to swap heroes more costly? There's been a lot of discussion on that one. Talk about hero bans. Talk about removing. I'm a fan of removing the ult charge retention entirely. I know SVB is a big guy, a proponent of that as well. But I think that there's a lot of things that you could tweak, a lot of things that you can test. And I think hero bans specifically and making hero swaps more punishing is frankly not something that I have put as much time into. I've put more time personally into some of the more hero design aspects of things because that's the thing I find more interesting. But yeah, it's worth putting into. Negative ult charge with swapping? Probably not that. That might be a little bit too intense. Let's put it that way. What are your thoughts on the high relative impact of tanks on the team versus the rest of teammates? Great question. I had an idea. I might run this by the developers and see if they're interested in testing it, or maybe they're not interested in testing it. I don't know. Here's an idea. Chat, how do you test the impact of a role? How do you test the impact of a role? I had an idea the other night. How do we prove that tank is more impactful, or DPS is more impactful, or support is more impactful? How do you guys prove that? How do you guys test that? I had an idea. Because you can't go, oh, all the high rank players are DPS, because that just might be the popularity of the role, or how many people play it, or like the chances of finding a really talented player by rolling 1,000 dice versus 100 dice or whatever. Here, check this out. Okay, here's how you do it. You guys, how does a matchmaker work? You have 5 players of a similar skill level in a lobby, and you play. But not every role is equal rank. For example, you guys have seen the rank spectrum, right? Like this is a Platinum 1 to Diamond 3 lobby. Okay. What are the odds, and they can have numbers on this, that if you have one Diamond 3 player in the lobby and the rest is Plat 1, what if the Diamond 3 player is your tank? What if the Diamond 3 player is your support? What if the Diamond 3 player is your DPS? What if you have 2 Diamond 3 players? One tank, one support, one tank, one DPS, or both DPS or both supports. You get what I'm saying? And what you do is you see if there's any discrepancies in the win rate between when the higher rank player is the tank, they're more likely to win. Slightly. Or the higher rank players are the supports, they're more likely to win. I agree with you, Judo Punch. They may have those metrics, but we've not heard a single thing about them. Now, maybe they don't want to talk about it. But I feel like tank is the most impactful role based off of the bloat of the kit and from my experience in the professional Overwatch League. But honestly, professional Overwatch League isn't the same thing as ranked. You know, I don't know. Maybe there's some variable that I'm not considering here. And I think that's the way that you'd have to test it. I think that's the role that you have to test it. Is which role is the most impactful based off of with the rank discrepancy. So I hope that makes sense. I definitely want to ask that question at some point in the future and maybe see what we can. I don't know what we do with that information is the only thing. You know, I think what you do with that information is you would say, tank is. We're proving here that tank is already very impactful. Hey, let's consider how we approach that moving forward. You get what I'm saying? But you know, I don't know. Something to consider. You would need a really large sample size, you know. But you know, the lower rank tank still wins a disproportionate amount of games compared to the lower rank support, and you know, I'm sure a lot of it also has to factor in the hero selection. But I think like you can paint with a broad brush here because if you know, yeah, that's the thing there, right? That's the thing there, Judo, right? If the community had that information, would it be weaponized? Yes, probably. Posture check, thank you. Here's what you could do, though. You guys know what the ultimate political move? Do the research. Only leak the results if it's good. Only leak the results if the impact of every role is close. You know, like, hey, see, we told you. If it's bad, like if tank is like, you know, like 5% more impact than other role, they just, you know, hush it up, you know what I'm saying? CIA, that son of a gun, you know, cement boots off the edge of the Hudson, you know what I'm saying? We're not talking about that again. Yeah, we're not going to talk about it because I'm only half joking here because we talked about it. Like, maybe that's part of the expense. Like what if tank is the more impactful role in 5v5, but it's the more miserable role? And so like if you eat your vegetables, you have a slightly more impact. Now, obviously, Graham, no. Now, if they have like a much bigger impact, then yeah, we wouldn't want that. But you know, I mean, it's not the, okay, you know what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm not going to get JFK to leak the dead, dude. I am done, man. How could they test it without changing how ranked works? Well, they don't need to test it because if you think about it right now, there's already a rank spectrum in almost every single rank game. Every single rank game. There's very rarely bronze 4 to bronze 4. You know what I'm saying? It's Plat 1 to Diamond 2 or bronze 4 to bronze 2 or champion 5 to GM 2, right? So you can already run the numbers here. But like when there's the tank is one of the high ranked players, like you could figure it out, right? You could just run it as it is right now. You don't need it. You already have, in theory, the data to test this. So, and yeah, if you wanted, you could do it only in the wider matches where there's at least 3 tiers difference, But I think that's the most efficient way of doing things. But I'd be curious. I feel like it's one of those questions that I'm almost scared to ask because I don't want to feel like they have to answer it, because I'm sure that they could do that. I'm sure that they could do that. I've asked a lot of questions about like I even asked questions about like predicting loss streaks based off of like a player tilt queuing. I had that question with Gavin, I think in LA, like, can you predict a tilt queue? If a player's lost 3 games and re-queues within 5 minutes, do you give them a modifier or whatever? Well, no, because Barbazil, that data is for the lobby. We're looking for the individual. You have to break down the lobby into individual stuff, Gavin said they don't have the stuff for that specifically just yet. Amari, get down. Get down. But yeah. So I don't know. But man, there's so many things that you can do with it. And I freaking love talking with Gavin about it because Gavin loves his job. And he's always coming up, cooking up with some good stuff. So, it's always fun. But yeah, I mean, I got to give this one. What would you guys grade this director's take from Aaron? I'm going to give this one a 9 out of 10, 8.5 out of 10. And the only point subtracted is because my Spilo points. I think it was pretty good. I think he did a good job. Yeah, I think he did a great job. Yeah, he did a good job. Good news, really good news for really wherever you stand on the fence. That I think that here's the thing: if there's a percentage of you guys out there that really think that Aaron said nuance 11 out of 10, that's true, Kyle. That's true. He did say nuance. If you guys are like a diehard 5v5er, you lose nothing with a 6v6 test outside of maybe some Q things which they're aware of. You lose nothing. Like I'm a big pickable passives hater, right? At least I just not a fan. But I appreciate that they tested it. I don't think you can know for sure. You just can't. Life is too complicated. Games are too complicated to know. Like, I think that there are very few things that you can look at objectively and be like, this is not going to be good for sure. And I know it's ironic me saying that, Mr. Patch Notes guy, but especially stuff on this scale, you just don't know. So I'm glad that they're testing it. I'm glad they're addressing the elephant in the room. It was well done, and so on. Megan. I don't even know what Megan's responding to, but yeah. Listen. What's the solution to the engine issues? I don't know anything about that, man. I'm not the guy to be asking. Hey, Megan. Good to see you, mate. Yeah, this is good. I'm glad that this was put out there. I'm sure it took a lot of guts to write this up, and it was well written. Kudos to Aaron. Well done. Blizzard is in our walls. Yep. Always has been. Yeah. Calms down with the fighting. Yeah. I mean, this will definitely calm it down for sure. This will definitely calm it. It won't fix the issue because a lot of it is community driven, but it will simplify. Less has been used this way for over 1,000 years, nearly as long. For more than 200 years, almost every usage writing English has declared such use to be wrong. The receive rule seems to have originated with the critic who expressed it not a matter of personal preference. Respectfully, Poivin, I don't give a frick. If I could be a nerd and critique anybody on anything, then I'm just objectively right. That's how it goes. So, Jacob Clifton, English critic. Screw you. I don't care what the dictionary says. What does the dictionary know? Hearing and doing are not the same thing. Well, you guys got to understand, you guys got to understand. Everybody's going to have their dog in the fight. Everyone's got their dog in the fight, right? Everyone's got their bias. We try to be like, I've always challenged you guys to be more like funky, flufful thing for the sub. Encourage you guys to be a lot more nuanced, a lot more patient. And I try to like, set a good example with that. But I have my opinions too. I have my biases too. And I've been wrong. So, the whole Malga removal joke, I know. But there are a lot of people out there that nobody's going to be ever perfectly happy with the direction the way the game is going, because nobody's ever perfectly happy with anything ever in the history of the universe. You get what I'm saying? So, this isn't really news to most of you guys, but it's just a good reminder, I'm perfectly happy with my water bottle. Yeah, well, I'm not. Did you ask my permission before you were allowed to be perfectly happy with your water bottle? Your water bottle sucks, dude. Terrible form. Probably plastic. You're dying from microplastics just as we speak. Looks terrible. Terrible style. Terrible flavor. Doesn't have near enough ounces. Yeah, I think it's even more dangerous. So a little bit more of transparency here. There's even more dangerous because and I've noticed this, there's a sense of entitlement as a content creator. You get what I'm saying? Sense of entitlement. Because you get to interact and talk with these people and give a little bit more direct feedback, which they've been really good at receiving, I will say. But that doesn't mean that you're Captain Overwatch, like your vision isn't the game's vision. So you're like, oh, they're going to listen to me now. Well, yeah, maybe, no, I don't know. Like maybe they don't agree with everything, right? So, I think that's definitely been a moment for me. I think more of my frustration with some of the stuff in the past has been because I don't really know what the vision is, period. And I've talked about that before. But, my vision is not always the best vision, I mean, I've seen people on Reddit, flat out say like, thank goodness Spilo isn't the game designer, and I think that's the case for anybody. Do you think this will be the reason for the first ever Samito positive video? I mean, Samito was positive about Juno's release, That entitlement is natural because your community generally agrees with you. Right, so the entitlement comes because I have the ability to give more direct feedback, so I'm sure, surely they'll listen to my brilliant ideas, but also, I think you guys do a pretty good job of keeping me honest for the most part, but we do have a bit of an echo chamber. It's impossible to avoid it, right? That's why I try to expand my community as I can and get new ideas and take criticism. But, if you agree with me, you're here for the most part. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here for the most part. So, do you think the 66 format necessarily demands more heal botting, or is there a way around that? Yeah, see, I don't know. That's what I think that there might be a way around it, but I haven't thought about it enough. So I can't say. There probably is. Probably is a way around it. I disagree in all your takes ever. Yeah, well, good. I like to scream at my monitor so you just can't yell back. Yeah, that's the thing. You guys can scream at your monitor all you like, but I can't hear you. Did this blog read like Chat GPT? Nah, no way somebody says that. I can't tell what Megan's responding to. Guys, I'm a shill here. Oh, Honey Token said that. Yeah. So guys, I have to fulfill my shill responsibilities. Man, you guys are so cynical. Bro, the asteroid nowadays this is like Vietnam 2.0. I've never seen a more cynical, bunch of people, man. This must have been what, the boomers, let him chill, guys. I love Automon catches Megan. This must have been what the boomers felt like in the 60s. You know what I'm saying? What do you think this developer take means for Overwatch's future? I mean, it tells you. It tells you. Like I said, my only negative is there's not a direct addressing of some of the issues with 5v5, right? With all the issues anyway. But it tells you what the plan is, right? More format testing, 66 potential open tweaking later on. So yeah, like the whole like disillusionment of, you know, yeah. Do you think executive people are against 66? Man, I have no idea. I can understand that conjecture because it might be an easier to monetize model, maybe. I don't know, but like, I don't know. Do appreciate you responding back. Yeah. So just in case you guys weren't sure, Blizzmaking is not actually a real human being. When we went to LA, we were able to visit their seed pods where they actually spawn them at the Blizzard con. They're just spawned there. They create life down there and they come out fully formed, just repeating the issues of the hive mind. Yeah, it's a collective intelligence. They don't even have to sign an NDA because like it's signing an NDA versus yourself. You don't need to, you know. So you guys didn't see an Invasion of the Body Snatchers? You know, like those seed pods. There's like we saw the warehouse. It's pretty freaky. Yep. I know I'm not a shill. I'm telling you like it is, man. It's the hive mind. Yeah. They harvest them after each patch. No, they just recycle them, you know. But yeah, something like that. Doubt the board of directors even know anything about Overwatch that isn't the finance. Yeah, I see. I just don't know that kind of stuff. I think there was a really interesting discussion we had with Flats on the recent Group Up podcast. Frick, what was it? Monday? I don't even remember. Was it Monday? Was a Group Up podcast Monday, guys? But I'm just honestly ignorant of that stuff. How do you think this director's take will affect the Elden Ring DLC? Boy, I want to talk about Elden Ring DLC in a little bit. I'm going to talk about Elden Ring in a little bit. We're going to talk about it. Oh, by the way, chat. By the way, while we're this is the announcement that I can actually make now. Wait for it. Big ol' PK coming in clutch here. I refuse to say the name Poop Kip because I just can't believe a professional man thinks Poop Kip is a great gamer tag. Wait for it. So, check it out. Ta-da! Tomorrow. It's like 2:15 EST. But we back, boys. We're back. 2 group ups in 1 week. In 1 week. So, yeah, between Frito and Samito and Flatman, this might be the least I've spoken ever. What I'll do, guys? Okay, listen. If you guys are there tomorrow, I'm gonna. Okay, did you guys catch? Okay, so I may or may not have done a little bit of tomfoolery. I had like a cup of coffee. I think it was like a protein shake and like water, and I realized somebody in chat's like, "Dude, why do you have like 3 cups?" And of course, I'm not interacting with chat, but you know, I'm reading it a little bit. So I literally on my phone, I'm like, Pepper, can you get me like 2 or 3 more mugs with water? Just like the weirdest mugs that you can get. So I think we got the counter up to like 5 or 6 different cups I used during the current. I'm going to push the level here. I'm going to push it. I'm going to see if we can get more. I'm going to have like 9 or 10 mugs going on here. And then we're going to do like a speed run to me saying psychology. Psychology. The psychology of solo tanking is something the developers clearly do not understand. Oh, nuance. That's right. What are the other words that I have to say? Nuance, psychology, skill play, counterplay. Yeah, where's the Spilo bingo card? Wait, is it theory, mobility, angles? Wait, does this work? Wait, no, does it work? Skill expression. Shoot, hang on, chat. I gotta find this Spilo bingo.
Cover.
Yeah. There you go. Wait, where is it? Where are my bingo? I don't even remember when we did it. Give me 2 seconds. I'll find it surely. Oh, I found it. I found it in the best of Spilo thing in my Discord. Here we go. Here it is. Surely. Love you, man. Yeah. Okay. Does that make sense? Respectfully, tells you to sleep more, talks about timing. Awful analogy. Mate. Rant about indirect versus direct value. What the heck? Frick. No insert self-compliment. Let's enjoy this. Any questions? I mean, I think we might have like 3 bingos just today. Just today, man. Slouch nearly off camera. I feel physically targeted. All right, guys, we're gonna posture up, man. C to your life advice. Yeah. Oh, I caught myself saying mate a few times because I watch you so much. Dude, mate is so good. It just fits. I actually don't even know when I started using it. I think I started using it before Overwatch. Because I found a video of me using it. Like, I don't even know when. Nice, Lexa. Thank you, Lexa. Also, thank you for keeping your paragraph to under 600 words. Did I watch a British show? No. I did have like British friends, maybe? Maybe that's it. Maybe. I don't know. You got it? I did delete a line out of it. I respect the crap out of you, Lexa, honestly. I really do. Dude, I got so self-conscious of does that make sense? I still use it all the time, but like I'm always like trying to make sure that like the person I'm coaching makes like, but man, like I got so self-conscious for that one for a while. Bad carpet, yeah. Dang it, yeah. Dude, the best part about the frick thing is listening to the people that I'm playing with, that like the Patreons or whatever, like they start to unironically occasionally use frick, and I'm just like, it kills me, man. Tundra, thank you for the sub. Triggered over height. Listen, guys, I have no reason to be triggered over height. I don't know who filled this one out. 5'8.5" and like 3/4 or something like that. Have I played Marvel Rivals? Yeah, we played it a lot during the alpha. We might play it more today. I would shred on a mandolin. Bro, do I still have the mandolin? Hang on. I don't know if I do. No, I don't have the mandolin. I used to have the mandolin. But it's not here anymore. It was kind of a crappy mandolin. I don't like the mandolin that much. I'm not going to lie with you guys. You sussed out the Bach? Yeah, man. Marvel Rival Pugs? Probably not. I kind of want to look at like the patch notes first and see how they do. Am I on group up tomorrow? Yeah. Yeah, group up tomorrow. More of a guitar guy. Although I'm so washed on guitar, though. There's a bee in your room? Yeah, there's patch notes for Marvel Rivals, I think. The patch notes are not specific at all. That kind of sucks. We'll take a look. Next Van Halen? No. I'm like, yeah, I'm super washed with guitar. I like write stuff with guitar and like noodle around for some of the music that I put out, but I'm not very good. Yeah, the next group up should be fun. It's basically the same cast plus Frito. So it's going to be a big one too, because it's going to be 5. That's pretty big. Yeah. Hit a lick for you guys? Maybe. Oh. It's atrocious. All right. Well, that's licks enough. All right. 2000 movies enter, yeah. Okay, let's jeez, I have so much today. Okay, I'm gonna let you guys vote. Hang on a second. So I knew there was gonna be a lot to do today, so I'm gonna set up a poll. I'm gonna let you guys choose what we do. Because let me share with you what our options are. What I do. Elden Ring discussion. Because I want to talk about like the balance of that game, my complaints of the game, things that we can learn about that game. Not a really long discussion. Marvel Rivals. Do I want to do that now? I might want to do Marvel Rivals in a little bit. Let's do one of these things first. Let's do one of the things. Either the Elden Ring discussion or Reddit hot takes thread. You guys choose. I'm going to get my food. I need to eat lunch. Give me a second. All right, poll's live. I'm eating straight out of the pot. What did Kyle say? What did Kyle say? I mean, not that I really care. I think I really try to shill for Kyle because it's, it's my job, but it's honestly hard. Not yet, PK. Not yet. We teased it. We'll announce it tomorrow, I think. What did Kyle say? What did he say? I like the idea that you're a Kyle shill instead of a Blizzard shill. Actually, it's the opposite. Gladly shill for all of Blizzard, except for Kyle. Which is, actually that doesn't make any sense because Kyle's paid me. Gomer Kyle has paid me money before. And the rest of you guys haven't. So actually maybe I need to reevaluate my strategy. Maybe actually Kyle, I judged you too harshly. Guys, why does somebody says respond to Kyle's comment and nobody tells me what the frick Kyle said? What did Kyle say? Overwatch is great except for what Kyle did. Yes, that is true. I think he just said he was leaving. That's it? Are you guys at Chad? Is that it? I'm off for now. GG Spilo. Oh, all that to just say that Kyle is leaving. Really, guys? Did Morgan post? Thoughts on it. First off, I've seen something like, what if we just made CCC tanks a bit more compelling? Wouldn't that solve queue times? To address this, I need to explain a more in-depth question. Where do queue times rules come from? Oh, freaking Morgan's bringing economics. This guy's, you can't interact with this is too hard for most people. But we talked about that with the thing. Be right back. Lunch. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We'll look at that one maybe when he expands more. Only 5 hosts for 66 block. Conspiracy, you need more. Wow, true actually. Yeah. You guys want to do the Reddit hot takes thread? All right, we'll do the Reddit hot takes thread. You know what? I should probably eat first. I'm not gonna lie. I know you guys enjoy the whole ASMR thing. Ow, 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 ow. This is actually kind of hot. Okay. Okay, maybe I can get a good angle here. But I don't want to be talking and eating too much as I can. Dude, Morgan also plays board games like me, so yeah. Me, Morgan, And Mr. Winter had a great time talking about board games. Am I a good cook? Do I look like a good cook? Yeah. Yo, Gavin, I got the Menagerie expansion for Dominion with the whole ways and events. It's pretty fun. I would trust me with a good bulk. Guess how much I weigh, chat? I bet you guys won't guess. In pounds, sorry. I could do the kilogram transit, but it would take me a little bit, so. Jokes aside, I'm 5'8.5", like 5'8.5". One of you guys has guessed it perfectly. That's cool, Gavin. I really want to try out. Have you heard about the new Root game? It's like Ark. My brother-in-law was telling me about it. He said it was really fun. So, yeah, 183. My big boy. A lot of it's because I have a lot of mass in like my hips and stuff. My glutes, hips, quadriceps. Like my trunk is big. No, sorry, Gavin. I meant the designers that did Root's new game, Ark or whatever. I think it was Ark. So that's what Pepper likes about me? Dude, okay, so now here's one more question. When I was this exact same height, when I was 16 years old, guess how much I weighed? Yeah. Yeah. 120. Yep. Tundra's just the great. I think, what is 120 in kilograms? Is that 50? Oh, that food is so good. Holy crap. It was like beef, jalapenos, and potatoes. Like, it was really good. Or 55? Yeah. Yo, girl, that's spicy. You may not like that. Alright. Give me just a second, chat, to get some water, and then we'll be good to go. 1 second. I've thought about at some point doing like a maybe a more in-depth workout video, maybe just talking about some of the stuff that I do. But I don't know if what the demand for that would be like. Do I have white people spice tolerance or no? Middle. I'm more tolerant. I don't know how to compare myself to the average white person, but I like spice. I like spice. I'm not like Mr. Habanero guy, but yeah. Yo, PK, I already showed it off. I did it with the draft thing, but yeah, I showed it off. I would also be interested in the nutrition. Yeah, the nutrition's the hardest part. It took me a long time to gain. When I first started lifting weights, I gained like 8 or 9 pounds of muscle in about 3 months, which is pretty normal, right? Like 2 or 3 pounds of muscle a month is about what you're going to get optimally, almost, unless you're abusing steroids or something like that, using steroids. But then I kind of plateaued, and I really had to take a careful look at my diet, and I realized I wasn't getting enough protein because I didn't eat meat a lot, and I also wasn't eating enough calories. So, yeah. Hit the roids and get the muscle for free, easy. Yeah, okay, so I know Matt's joking, but from my understanding of steroids, it doesn't allow you to gain muscle easier. It just allows you to work out more often and recover faster. So you have to work out more to get the muscle, but you can actually work out more. The average person doesn't recover as fast. But yeah, the way to gain weight, if you guys are like looking to gain muscle, is to lift weights 2 or 3 times a week, remain physically active, get lots of sleep, and eat a couple more 100 calories than where you are right now, and make it high quality stuff too. You know, good meat, good clean carbohydrates, stuff like that. Do I take creatine? Yeah. Yep, take creatine. I've taken creatine for about like 13 years, 12, 13 years. Yep. That's true, Matt. Clive Warren, thank you for the sub.
Hit the roids and you get muscle for free. Easy.
Yeah, creatine's really good for you when taken, obviously appropriate dosage. I had a friend of mine in high school, got a little too excited with the weightlifting, and he decided to overdose in creatine, ended up in the hospital. Ended up being okay, but it was kind of hilarious. It's basically TLDR. It takes a lot to overdose in creatine. Like, you have to be like super irresponsible with it. But yeah, teaspoon's fine, tablespoon's fine. Yeah, creatine just increases like your body's ability to hold water weight and it max velocity effort, whether that's speed or strength. It's good for brain health as well, I believe. And you don't need as much if you eat like regular sources of red meat. Seeing Vampire Weekend. Wait, what Vampire Weekend is it? Don't remember. That one song. What is that one? In the storm of Harmony Hall. Harmony Hall, bear witness. Everybody put on it night. Never gonna leave the side. Wait, I gotta. Dude, I like that song. I actually like a couple of Harmony Hall, Vampire Weekend songs. Wait, is it something about wicked snakes or something? The wicked snakes inside a place you thought was dignified. I don't want to live like this, but I don't want to die. It's a good song. Maybe we'll do a music stream sometime in the future. I don't know. Even if you don't work out. Yeah, that's true, Matt. No, that's true. I mean, my buddy, when he went on steroids for Poison Ivy, gained like muscle mass like just existing, but it doesn't go infinitely, basically. And then what is it? What goes after that? Ooh, yeah. Ooh. Okay. Reddit hot takes break plus group up 6v6 tomorrow. We'll do a group up command here. Commands add group up, and while I'm doing this, I'll pull this thing up in the background. Group up. Samito, Flats, Frito, SVB tomorrow around 2:15 p.m. EST. I guess I should put myself as well. And me. It's a dangerous place to be sitting in that image. Yeah, definitely. Where people took steroids and didn't train, gained more muscle than people who training with no roids for a period of time. Yeah, I agree. The question is over how, I don't know enough about steroids to know, but over like how long of a period of time? Like, did that sustain after 2 or 3 months? Wait, is there already a group up? Oh, there's already a group up, chat. So there you go. Let's edit. I don't want to live like this, but I don't want to die. That should work. Doesn't really do anything for your tendons. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't even think about the tendon thing. That's actually really dangerous. Because tendons is a big thing, especially with if you're training like for sport, you know? A lot of your elasticity and your explosiveness and your speed comes from tendon. Yeah, because that's a lot of how I train. I train. I'm not at all a bodybuilder. Never had any aspirations to. I got a pretty nice jump though. I got like a 27, 28 inch vertical on a running start, which is pretty good. Pretty good for me. I got a video of it too. Wait, I don't know if I can get it too, but maybe I'll show it to you guys sometime. They can lift more than their tendons can take. Yeah. Yep. I can't dunk, no. I would like to dunk at some point, but I can't jump that high. Yeah. If you're a natty, your tendons get stronger at the same rate as your muscles, but on steroids you get stronger faster in your tendons, yeah. Do you think treadmill and doing curls is a fine start for on the gym? Yeah, I would say I would add maybe a pushing exercise as well. Maybe something like, some push-ups once or twice a week as well. Nothing crazy, whether on your knees or on a wall or whatever else that you can afford to do at the time. But yeah, a little bit of pulling, a little bit of pushing, a little bit of walking. It's good. That's a great start. Great start. Can I dunk in a street hoop? No. Like I said, 27, 28 inches at 5'8", you can't quite do it. And I also like I don't practice with a ball either. How do I increase kick flexibility? Just increase kick flexibility, increase your flexibility really. Full range of motion lifts and some stretching. Sprinting better than cardio? Depends on what you're training for. But yeah, I'm almost exclusively a sprinter. I don't do any cardio at all. I lift weights, sprint, walk. But it depends on what you're aiming for. I've never run a day in my life besides I guess that's not true. I've done a 5K with family, and I ran 8 miles with my grandfather when I was 13, but I don't run. Who wins a battle royale with these group up streamers? There is not anybody in the Overwatch community that would be able to take. I'm not no ego here, just straight facts. There's not anybody in the Overwatch community that could take me one-on-one besides maybe Flats, because the guy is so strong and so big. No, I think Boger's about my size. Boger's a little bit bigger than I am, but we're relatively close in terms of strength, but I have the experience. No, Kaluj isn't trained. Reinforce is a fair point. Reinforce is pretty big, but I think I could take Reinforce, I think. Yeah, no, XGC would just wreck me for sure. What did you use to teach the martial arts? Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Muay Thai, and boxing. So we still do Muay Thai occasionally. I still do some mitt work, but I'm not. I don't train as much. I'm getting back into Nogi again this fall, likely once I can free up my Thursdays more. But I still have it though. I did some training a few weeks ago over at my wife's Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu gym, and it still feels good. I just don't like training gi is the problem. I think gi's boring. What do you suggest starting with, Muay Thai or BJJ? Totally up to you. Totally personal choice. I think both are very useful for self-defense. Muay Thai is going to be way better in a group scenario. BJJ is probably going to be way better in a 1v1 scenario. But honestly, okay, this is the sad news. Martial arts isn't great for self-defense. This is just how it is. It will help you to win a 1v1, but the vast majority of situations in life where you need self-defense, you're not going to want to be using your martial arts. You're going to be wanting to disengage and get out of this situation as fast as you possibly can. Not to mention, most people are not going to show up without some form of weaponry. That's not really going to be something that you can train for. You really can't train knife defense or gun defense very easily. Pepper spray, street smart, avoiding dark scenarios, never traveling by yourself, stuff like that is way, way more important than martial arts. Like, martial arts is flashy and cool, and it can absolutely work. Like, like no joke. Like, if somebody was not armed anywhere close to my size, I can handle them in a fight. No bar. It will be fine. BJJ, Muay Thai is very good at that. But the vast majority of situations in real life where you need martial arts, that's not happening. It can give you some confidence, but there's a lot of these self-defense seminars. It should be focusing on common sense more than anything else, frankly. And even if it was a seminar, you're not going to learn it in an hour. You're not going to learn how to use it. Structure, the best defense is not being in the situation in the first place. Exactly. Yeah. So the more that you train martial arts, the more you understand the limitations of what you're learning. But if you were looking to like what one is more fun, Muay Thai or Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, what one is more useful if that situation, both are useful and both are fun. Just depends on what you enjoy. Yeah, but both are like Muay Thai and BJJ are both like high-end, legitimate. Muay Thai, BJJ, a little bit of wrestling. I guess aspects of judo as well and aspects of boxing all have like legit application. Yeah. MMA, any particular martial art? Yes. And that's what I used to train and coach. Is that's why it was a adult/children's mixed martial arts studio where I taught for 4 or 5 years. No, actually it was 5 or 6 years. Thoughts on Taekwondo? Some cool kicks. Great exercise. Could be useful. Not particularly useful, I find. Not as useful as some other stuff. What if Roadhog tries to fight you? Would you win? Yes, easily. I'm convinced that guy is just air. You just pick a pinprick and...
Have you tried the martial arts weapons in Elden Ring DLC?
I haven't tried them. No, sadly. They were cool, though. Thoughts on Sambo? Cool. Yeah, Sambo is like souped up wrestling in a lot of ways. Yeah, has its uses for sure. All right, sounds good, Noah. Do you know why Muay Thai and kickboxing styles are so different, even though the rules are relatively similar? Just our origins, really. I don't know the historical aspect of both of those styles, but it's probably just origins. There's all sorts of little changes, whether you're doing, how do you throw a jab or hook with this, or how do you do that, but the small changes. Yeah. I generally do not like competitive martial arts. That's why I don't get into gi jiu-jitsu, because a lot of gi jiu-jitsu is stuff that's just not applicable in the real world at all. A lot of guard pulling, a lot of manipulating aspects of outfits that would never happen. And not that everything has to be around the real world, but I don't like the sport side of jiu-jitsu, and I don't like the sport side of Muay Thai either, personally. They're using Spetsnaz is the mostly focused on at least a knife and yeah. Are you going to do analysis for EWC like WCS? Yeah, I'm not sure. I've considered reviewing the finals and maybe donating. I think donating the full YouTube revenue to a charity, maybe the Malala Fund. I forget what did we use for the Project Amari. We used. We did a lot of research on which charities. ALQSD. So we'll see. When they're trying to hurt me to put out a gi on, they always comply. Yeah. Okay, chat, you guys ready for hot takes? Sorry, we went on a major rabbit trail. You ever done a full close and roll session, BJJ? No, I haven't. Bare knuckle boxing? Yeah, sure. Okay, chat, are you guys ready? Unpopular opinion thread from our favorite subreddit, Overwatch, competitive Overwatch. Can make sure we're good here. Let's take a look here. What's your unpopular opinion about the competitive scene of the game itself? Now, my job is to be the spoil sport. So what I'm going to tell you is my personal opinion on these things, give my full take. And I also want to highlight the stuff that obviously, because these are unpopular opinions, there's going to be a lot of hot takes and a lot of things that we don't agree with because they're unpopular. That's why they're unpopular, right? But I will try to highlight ones that are like, ooh, that's thought-provoking, or actually, I don't agree with that, but I actually can see your point. We'll try not be the spoil sport for the entire thing. You know what I'm saying? Okay, here we go. Make sure the controversial for the most unpopular opinions. Maybe we'll sort by controversial. We'll do some best, and then we'll sort by controversial. Actually, you know what? We should start with controversial. That feels like the most intellectually honest, aka most amusing. Okay, you guys ready? By the way, wishing for 66 back isn't unpopular anymore. Yes and no, it depends on the community that you're in. I don't feel like I have a good read on like how many people want 66 back or not. There's been polls done. I think the Jake Overwatch one was really interesting, but that's his followers, so they're more likely to be 5v5 balanced. And then I see a lot of complaining from the Samito community, but then on the competitive Overwatch and the Overwatch University community even, it's definitely not. Like, I don't know. Okay, Winston is the most broken hero in the game, and that's why he always gets countered. Now that's an unpopular opinion. We're going to give this one an upvote. He's definitely a very confrontational, in-your-face character. I mean, he gets in your face, right? Like, he's very aggressive, very valuable around that bubble cycle. Yeah, I mean, I love Winston. I think Winston's fairly honest, but I do think that it's an unpopular opinion, so we got to give credit where credit is due. Depends on what you mean by broken here. All right. All three were Mercy, Ryan, Soldier. All three were meant to be training wheel heroes for players new to the game, first-person shooter genre, or playing support and tank respectively. Most, if not all, the complaints about Mercy all apply to Soldier and Ryan too. If you've ever played COD for more than 5 minutes, then you know how to play Soldier. Bro's the ACR noob tube combo that pairs excellently with the aimbot of an ultimate. Any skill that people complain is very important to Ryan. It's just important to literally any other tank of the game. Ability, cooldown, rotation, timing, knowing when to take and give a space, no more. Yeah, we'll upvote because, unpopular opinion, but no. The thing is that, like, they're meant to appeal to a certain majority of players. Let's compare one at a time. Soldier versus Mercy. Okay. Yes. Entry-level character. But entry-level character that demands mechanical skill. Entry-level character that does not demand mechanical skill. And don't get me started on cooldown management or position, because that's important for Soldier too. Kind of hard to read chat and screen because of the words behind it. Can you slide over a bit? What are you talking about? Slide what over a bit? I mean, I can try this. That better? They're definitely designed to be entry-level characters in terms of, like, kit design, but in execution, that's where the similarities kind of end. Right, I do find Soldier to be a little bit more dull in execution, but he's definitely has a little bit more nuance there. And the Ryan one is just false. Like, you can shield bot and get value sometimes, but the complexity of the character's ceiling is infinitely higher than Mercy. And WikiTricks, thank you for the sub. And the way that character and the positioning, ability, cooldown, and so on is much, 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 much more important. If you've ever seen me coach Reinhardt, and like anywhere from like plat, diamond, and so on, especially on a map with any sort of verticality, it's complicated, man. You got to be strategic about how you use pin, how you flank, how you pin backline, hold shield, play cover, you shatter, clear high ground. No, you don't clear high ground, you force cart. It's pretty complicated. We're doing a complicated one. We're starting with, or controversial, excuse me. But yeah, unpopular opinion, I respect it, and I understand that there is some logic behind what's being said. I just don't fully agree with it. Hitscan is both good for the game and the most skillful role in the game. The people who complain don't know how to play corners properly or can't aim themselves. I mean, there's a bit of a point here. You know, I think Hitscan has some of the more simple kits, which is why people don't enjoy it, but it is very mechanically demanding, and a lot of positioning with Hitscan is important too. Saying that Hitscan is only point and shoot, and that's all you need to do is both reductionist, even with a character like Widowmaker, and purposefully, you know, dense. You're being purposefully dense. I do think that Hitscan has a point of being a little bit overtuned in the past, but I think that a lot of the problems with DPS feeling top heavy, as I did in my projectile DPS video, is because that a lot of the projectile DPS characters are more spammy and also have not had kits that have evolved as well into Overwatch 2. Depends, Juicy. Depends on how low that character is. Roadhog should never be good in 5v5. Orisa's rework is terrible because it doesn't fit her design and character. There's nothing in this horse that says she should be a spear-based character. Oh, that's a hot take. I kind of like the whole spear-based character, frankly. I think that's the most fun aspect of her kit. We are getting to the point where we have too many maps in the game. There are weeks where I don't get a King's Row at all, and there should be map pools you can select before entering the game. And probably not in popular opinion, but we really need more Flashpoint maps. Yada, yada, yada. I don't really have an opinion on that one. Malga Cardiac Overdrive is a lazy design that should be removed. I don't think that's a hot take. I don't even think this is a hot take, actually. Pretty fresh one, but I don't like Juno. Ooh, okay. Her mobility is clunky, ult boring, personality annoying, and as a whole, this here is just the definition of missed potential. She is not unsalvageable. I think her gun is cool, rockets and speedrun can stay, but you need to make her movement more engaging. I also don't think she should be flying like Echo Shift. I'm just not really a fan of copying abilities, but she doesn't. That's the whole... Okay, so here's the thing. A lot of people... This is ironic. Maybe I need to talk with... We would need to talk with this person, but a lot of the mobility clunky complaints are because she doesn't move like Echo. So this person is saying that, like, oh, it's just a copy and paste of Echo Shift, but I find it clunky, which is odd. I'm really not a fan of copying abilities. Okay, so I think fair points in some ways, but honestly, skill issue. I can understand the approach, but the more hours you put on Juno, the more situations that you actually can just totally live, just totally disengage. The ult's definitely a little bit boring, but it allows you to do more interesting things. I don't know. There were a lot of moments. Did you guys... I mean, you guys watched me play a little bit of Juno and some of the pugs. Or maybe you didn't. There were some really cool disengages and engages that I did with Juno the more I got comfortable with her. Anyway. 5 is boring from the team fight POV, and in theory just gives DPS more time to shine. The problem is once the number of advantage goes in, there's not much one DPS can do to win afterwards. What? Once the number advantage goes in. Sure, Tracer can land a pulse, but most of the time it's just better to retreat and wait for the next team fight. That's one of the reasons it's better for me. I disagree. I actually disagree. I think because the fights are more spread out, it's a lot easier to clutch disadvantages. I wish there was a statistic on this, but I swear 4v5s are not necessarily worse than 5v6s in Overwatch 2 because of how the spacing of those 4v5s is in comparison to Overwatch 2. I don't have a hard number to back that up, so I can't really claim it as fact, but that's my conjecture. Yeah, exactly, Gavin. The whole point of the glide is that, like, you can use the double jump and the glide to catch, like, if the ledges, if there's like verticality that's just low enough for you to reach, there's so much that you can do. There's so much that you can do, I think. Not at the disadvantage of your tank dying first. See, I disagree with that too. I know that tank is more powerful in Overwatch 2. There's a larger health, but like there's so much more space for supports and DPS to clutch fights in Overwatch 2. I disagree. I think it's a lot more it's certainly a more nuanced discussion. It's certainly more nuanced discussion than people think. Because people go, oh, 4v5, mathematically simpler. Or, oh, tank is a bigger health pool, right? I think the space is so important. Flying characters shouldn't be in the game. Wow, that's crazy. Depends on what you mean by flying. I understand what you were saying about like perma flying. But see, the problem is you can't have this if you have characters like Reaper or Junkrat. Well, guess what, guys? Sorry, guys. I don't like perma-flight far up. But if Echo makes Reaper Junkrat feel bad, sorry, Reaper Junkrat, you didn't make the cut. No offense, guys. And I think even like Reaper has done better recently with like the TP changes and the spread changes. But like, you know, sorry, if Junkrat or Echo has to go, I know which one I'm picking. Ult rotations definitely feel less oppressive in 5v5. That's true. Yeah, it's a lot easier to clutch fights in 5v5, I think. Again, I'm speaking from a philosophical standpoint. I don't really have hard numbers on that. So, you think Reaper's busted? Could be, yeah. I mean, the spread and TP change was pretty big. DPS Doom would have worked, bro. Just make this punch not a one hit. Maybe. This feels a little bit like a... This would be an opinion I would expect more from a lower and mid-ranked Doomfist player. Because if you guys ever played Doomfist, you would know that in higher ranks, hitting one ability with proximity generally meant that a squishy was killed. Uppercut? You're probably dead. Slam? You're probably dead. Not even a fully charged punch? You're probably dead. One ability. One. Not much must too. So I think DPS Doom was super fun. Like DPS Doom is rough. Like there was a lot of really fun aspects of DPS Doom, but he was very tricky to design. Because uppercut lined up shots, slam lined up shots, punch lined up shots. You know, there was ways that they could have fixed it, but this wouldn't have been enough. Let's put it that way. Yeah, Mr. Winner here definitely designed Juno single-handedly. But yeah, push and flashpoint are the two best modes of the game. Escort and hybrid are the worst. It's a hot take. I think escort and hybrid are overrated. Push and flashpoint are overhated, but it's still a hot take. Ryan is cancer and should be removed. He's the most unfun thing in the game to play against. All his abilities are bugged. Shatter goes through shields more often than it's blocked by them. That's just making stuff up. Hammer hits behind him randomly. Again, making stuff up. Fire Strike hitbox is twice its visual indicator, making stuff up. By the way, Fire Strike was not buffed in the Season 9 changes. Pin pulls you from a mile away, even times to object. Again, making stuff up. It's that we've already gone through the hitbox thing, right? He has way too much damage for how tank he is, though that's all tanks now. Anything below mid-masters, people just don't know how to turn, so he's free to charge the whole team and just run at you holding left click. That is objectively false. In fact, that's all lower rank players know how to do is turn. And just running you holding left click to make guaranteed kills off low mobilities, and his hammer swing sucking you toward him makes no sense. What? I can forgive all of this if Ryan comps were just so boring. Now, what? Ryan comps boring? Ryan is the most interesting brawl tank, and it's not even close. Way more interesting than Zarya, Orisa, Ramatra, and Malga. Nah, you guys are coping. You guys are coping. I understand if you want to like complain about like staring at shield and stuff like that, but nah, this is insane, man. This is insane. When has Ryan May Reaper been meta? Been relevant? When? 2019 or 20? When? No way, man. Because it's a hot take. I got to give unpopular opinions take. I got to give it respect, you know? This is crazy, man. This is crazy. Ryan's not bad, right? Like, I think Ryan is underrated consistently because people like to gripe about baiting attention, but like, you know, come on. Oh, poll. Yeah, great. I talked with Shax, and he said basically what we said in the VOD review was accurate. Yeah. So everything that we talked about in the review is pretty much how you use melee with Tracer. Now, if you want to say like the brief moment where like London was using like the Rhine Bastion stuff, that was more about like Bastion being super OP. And as soon as Bastion's nerfed, it's like totally irrelevant. And even then, it was Orisa Bastion was just as good. When is group up tomorrow? Around 2:15. Exclamation mark group up. Okay, well. Genji should be able to deflect beams. Ana should have a parkour pass that allows her to jump against walls, get extra elevation, mount high ground. She's an urban sniper. She shouldn't let her. Hey, unpopular takes, man. Unpopular takes. I actually think the Ana idea is kind of fun. If you were to give her mobility, something that's like not just BAP jump would be kind of funny, but yeah. Yeah, but I definitely am of the opinion that Ana should not get mobility, frankly. At least not right now. I don't think she needs it. I think she has enough defensive capabilities. She has enough range. She doesn't. Not every character in Overwatch needs mobility. Look at a character like Sigma, doesn't need mobility. Ana doesn't need mobility. I don't think Zenyatta needs much mobility, but you could argue that maybe a little bit. But like Ana, Sigma characters, even like Ashe doesn't really need much mobility, I think. Skillful range is good. Low skill professional heroes like Moira, Junkrat, Bastion should always be bad and should never be good enough to be played at the pro level. I mean, I won't downvote it because I know there's a certain percentage of the player population that would disagree with this, but yeah, not a hot take in our community here. Sega's such an awful example. Me? Are you talking about me, bro? What do you mean, awful example? Come on, fight me, buddy. Your chunky butt is urban, and I don't have any. What is happening in my chat here? My hot take is that I think lower skill characters deserve a spot in the meta just as much as any high skill super expression traits Serenos. Ooh, okay. I'm listening. Wish I wasn't, but I am. I think that in order to do that in a healthy way, they need to polarizing kits that are easy to exploit the weaknesses of. I think a good example is Reinhardt. People are fine playing against Reinhardt because even though he's low skill, I'd say low skill floor, but high skill ceiling. So it's like you have to be careful with using that term. You can play around with centralizing gimmicks. Compare this to someone like Moira Roadhog, where they're low skill, but also parts of the kit entirely center on ignoring. But see, that's the thing is like the reason why people don't mind Reinhardt is because yes, he has I would say a similar. Okay, hot take. Reinhardt's skill floor is lower than Roadhog. You guys aren't ready for that, but it's true. Reinhardt's skill floor is lower than Roadhog. It is easier to pick up Reinhardt than it is Roadhog. The problem is that the effort scale is the value out of picking up the floor on Roadhog is more consistent. And Reinhardt has a healthier, more dynamic, and more interesting skill ceiling. That's why people don't mind Reinhardt. They're like, oh, you're picking an easy character that scales with skill. And has, like this person is saying, has exploitable weaknesses. So actually, yeah, this is a good point. It could feel hard to exploit Moira's and Roadhog's weaknesses because you ready for this one, chat? Their weaknesses is a lack of value, not you denying their value. Do you understand? Listen carefully. The weaknesses of Moira and Roadhog is not you exploiting their weaknesses, but them exploiting their own weaknesses, them making their mistakes. You understand what I'm saying? Like when a Roadhog is a bad pick, you may not even know that he's a bad pick. He's just not doing a lot. A Moira might not die, but she's throwing because she's not getting value. But that doesn't reward me with a sense of I'm outplaying the Roadhog, or the Moira, she just doesn't do anything. The ability to outplay should be a conscious choice from your competition, not because you just failed to hit a shot. Because that just feels kind of lame. It'd be like the equivalent of like you eliminated somebody in a chess tournament versus somebody got sick and just didn't show up, you know? Like, you'll never kill a Moira, but you might deny her value, but denying Moira value might not be a very fun game mechanic. Exactly, Gavin. Comparing this to something like Moira, they're low skill, but also parts of the kit entirely center on ignoring what's meant to be their weaknesses. I think not every hero has to be good in every map against every team at the same time. There should be nerds that are bad for it because they don't like them. I mean, I kind of agree. I've always been I think that you could close the gap between like these skill ceilings of so many different characters. I don't think you need to make every character like this super complicated thing. But I don't like this whole like, I basically say let's let Roadhog rot in the gutter, but let's not pretend that that's optimal, you know? Or Moira either, you know? I don't know. Yeah, it's a Bible verse. Hi, I just farted. Welcome, Burger King. Great work. So, I don't know.
I got it!
Yeah. What is Alex? Thank you for the sub. Yeah, I thank you, Burger King. I appreciate that. Every Mercy player, by the pure definition of the hero, is extremely boosted. Their entire kit is to pocket and be boosted by a good DPS. Hot take and objectively wrong. We'll talk about it. Mercy OT, every time you encounter Mercy OT in the high elo, even if they are more so, you know that you're about to have a really bad time with an extremely boosted player who can't flex at anything and not throw. That is true, but that is not the definition of boosted. Boosted is somebody that does not perform and provide value equivalent to their rank. Saying that somebody can't flex to a different character is not the same thing as boosted. Mercy needs a complete rework that removes damage from rookie. She needs an ability that requires skill and timing from herself. This is man, I don't know if I should upvote this. This is supposed to be an unpopular opinion, but it's wrong. It's wrong. Mercy has skill expression. Mercy has less skill expression than other characters and maybe gets more value than she should for fewer skills and has a definite problem of having no transferable skills, or not no, but fewer transferable skills than most characters in the game. But saying that every Mercy is boosted because their job is to boost other DPS, then why isn't every person who plays Mercy dominating the higher ranks? Is it literally you just chose the right DPS and rolled your dice to high level? I mean, that's absurd. You guys have seen high level Mercy play versus low level Mercy play. You can have issues with Mercy's design. You can have issues with Mercy players putting themselves into such a narrow skill set that they can't flex when it's necessary. But you can't tell me that Mercy by definition is boosted. That means that you don't understand any form of mathematics at all. It's like when people were saying that all support mains are boosted. And we had that big discussion about how like that's probably not true. But yeah, this is just silly. You're right, exactly. The more asymmetric the design. If 66... I think I definitely prefer 2 tanks, I think. Because the problem if you return... 66 does not benefit from anything... I don't know. You could say that 1 tank, 3 DPS, and 3 supports, or 2 supports, keeps flanks and angles, like chokes unpopulated, but I actually don't know that it actually accomplishes that. And then you still have the solo tank problem as well. I think it would have to be, if 66 return, it would have to be 2 tanks. Have to be. Junkrat, Malga, Sim, Torfire should never be good. It's not really a hot take. Not in this community. I won't downvote it, but yeah. Hopped on the 7v7 train? No way. 7v7 would be terrible. 7v7 would require a fundamental rework of every single map in Overwatch and every single aspect of the game. No way. I understand that 7v7 would be it solves queue times because the DPS player population and the tank player population, but oh my gosh, it would cause so many gameplay issues. But wow, there's a reason why boosting Mercy OTPs to high elo and DPS is the easiest and most common way to boost someone if you duel with them. Sure. Because the floor of Mercy is higher than the floor of every other support. Absolutely. But this argument is a caricature. Saying that Mercy is easier to reach the skill floor and can be carried easier than other supports is just the definition of skill floor for a character. But doesn't mean that the whole argument is true at all. 77 is not possible on the technical side right now? Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. They should remove the scoreboard. People need to accept the 66 is a high-risk, high-reward move. It will make Tank feel better by knowing the abysmal balanced team. New problems will appear. Okay, thank you, Sniffer. They remove the scoreboard and replace it with the player-only stats to show your damage, healing, mitigation, and hero specific numbers. You can still see the ult charge of your teammates, but you can't use the numbers to flame others. They should remove the ability to spectate teammates when you die and replace it with the top-down view they use in WCS. I don't know. It's an unpopular opinion. We'll do 1 or 2 more, then we'll go to the popular opinions. the popular, unpopular opinions. It definitely in general is that counterpicking isn't as strong as people make it out to be. It just feels good because it feels like you directly have control of the situation. It's immediate, tangible, even if it's ultimately not the correct play. The alternative is that you can play the good characters and make team concept actually make sense, but because the average person only wants to play their favorites and doesn't want to use their brain, they're going to look at what is the most obvious and immediate play instead of having to put more than a minor amount of effort into it. And I don't think you need to be playing the most meta comp at most, if not all ranks. Just makes sense in the comp. One, tricks are overall bad for the game and how many there are, and flexibility in team play should be more encouraged. But unfortunately, this game has a lot of people who don't ever want to be told what to do or work as a team. Yeah, I mean, I think this is a relatively hot take. I mean, this is the thing that I didn't get famous, but was well known for earlier on, was saying that tank counterpicking exists, but it's overrated, and it is. Like it's not even a hot take if you think about it for 5 seconds. It's overrated. Doesn't mean that it's useless. Doesn't mean that it's too powerful. Of course, it's too powerful. It's too easy. But everyone loves to talk about tank counterpicking. Everyone loves to talk about tank counterpicking. And I've coached thousands of tank players. Maybe not thousands of tank players. Let's say 500, 600, 700. About 1,000 tank players within the bronze to masters rank. And a lot of them do complain about like the counterpicking and things like that. And we'll even look at the codes. And a lot of times they're just jackasses in terms of how they're playing or how they're approaching the engagement. It's still too powerful. I agree. But I think the problem is actually more with tank. The problem is less counterpicking and more that when a lower skill floor tank is really strong. Like Malgameta Season 8, Roadhog a lot of time, Orisa. Those are more of a problem with tank than the tank counterpicking. Like right now, if somebody's counterpicking you as like Malga versus Ryan right now, I don't think Malga is strong enough to give you any serious difficulties right now. If somebody's picking Orisa versus your Winston right now, you're not going to have really many issues. And I actually have a video in the works right now where we're going to talk about like the order of priorities for you to swap. The map is actually the most important thing when you consider swapping. It's not the enemy comp. It's not the enemy comp. The map is way more important than enemy composition. Yeah. And then we did a whole video about like when you need to swap versus picks and so on. I would say a bad map is as bad as a hard counter. If you pick Winston on Circuit Royale, it's in many ways worse than playing Winston into Bastion on most other maps. Okay, let's keep going here. Let's go to best here. Or was it best or top? What's the difference between best and top? I don't remember. People act like you need to do X, Y, and Z to ult track, but did they use it last fight is sufficient in the vast majority of cases? This isn't really a hot take, but it's a kind of an interesting take for sure. I think people way overthink ult track. People ask me, how do you ult track? I'm like, well, there's a couple ults that generate a little bit faster, like pulse spawn. You need to kind of track whether that person was doing a lot to get a general idea. But yeah, it's really not that hard. It's not that hard. They use this 90, yeah, exactly. 90% of the time, it's just like they haven't used that in 2 fights, so they have it pretty much. That's like 90%. If you want to get more specific than that, sure, but yeah. Most of the very vocal people who post their opinion to say the game competitive balance straight up suck at the game. It pays me to see some posts gain so much traction. Definitely not me. Definitely not me. I don't even know who this is referring to. YouTube, Reddit, Twitter. I don't know. Whoops. I don't know what this is referring to. What Twitter post? Maybe better get an M1 freeze back. Please no. M1 freeze being gone is such a blessing. May did not need it. Oh, the Juno one? I mean, that's just making stuff up. That's not even like bad opinion. They're just making stuff up. That's hardly relevant. He skipped the Lucio take, did I? Where? Stop gaslighting me, man. Guys, I swear. King's Row is popular because it's one of the most linear maps in the game, which forces the game to go through the tank line and makes it very difficult to path on the enemy backline. Ooh. Good for tanks who just want to frontline train, good for supports who just want to sit there back and not worry about flankers as much. This is the same reason a lot of people hate maps like New Queen Street. That's a good take. It's an unpopular opinion. Is it an unpopular opinion? I mean, the way that they put their argument, it makes it, they're like, oh yeah, wait, I agree with you. That's good. That's good. King's Row is an overrated map. Overrated map, for sure. Third point is tough. I don't see the Lucio thing. Maybe I'm just blind. Third point is tough. Second point is as like one of the nastier chokes still in Overwatch now. First point is interesting. I will say first point is fairly good. I like first point, has a lot of dynamics with it. But yeah, I think King's Row is overrated. I think King's Row has been overrated for quite a long time. It's simple, right? You know, it's funny. It's a lot of people do not like complicated things. And I think the take about New Queen Street is true. New Queen Street is not... That's why people don't like Flashpoint. Because you have to be thinking about how to position. But yeah, that's also one of the big upsides for Flashpoint, is for people that like thinking. I'm not like gatekeeping here, but like, you know, I think that like most people who I've worked with who dislike Flashpoint and push are people that don't like, they just want to know where to go and where to hold and then just do the game thing. You know? Oh, nice. We're getting meowed on. But yeah. Yeah, the linear aspect definitely simplifies the thinking process. I will say, if part of the hate for Flashpoint is it is hero specific. Okay, so here's the sexy thing. Okay, ready? People don't like Flashpoint because it discourages Annas and Zen and Widows and Ashes, and I understand. I think that they've talked about giving some sort of speed boost from spawn, which is true. But it's funny that there's a bug on my microphone. No. It's funny that people don't want to talk about how Escort and Hybrid is often long short sightline discriminatory. There's discrimination versus short sightline characters, right? So a lot of Hybrid maps and Escort maps are really, really harsh versus characters that don't have good range. So it's a double-edged sword, and people don't talk about that. It's like, oh, Flashpoint. But a lot of the other maps are rough too. Imagine, think about how a lot of dive heroes feel on Havana, you know, or characters with shorter range feel on Dorado, you know. I think Escort may not be the worst game mode necessarily. I don't like saying the worst game mode, period. But there's a lot of tough maps. Nice, Gavin. We're looking forward to it. So I think, and here's the other thing. You guys, chat. So, are you guys ready for some facts? What is the most fundamentally imbalanced game mode in Overwatch? And it's not even close. Go ahead. I have statistics on this. What is it? All right, so I had to get some water. So let me kind of clarify what I mean by imbalance, which might change some of your answers. By imbalance, the metric by which we're going to be going with is simple. It's essentially first fight. Whoever it manages to win first fight wins the vast majority of not just the round, but the entire game mode. And it is control. Yes, it's control. I kind of gave away my... it's by far control. It's not even close. Now, and there's other imbalances to discuss as well. We talked about Hybrid and Escort because of the map discrepancies can be very difficult for different hero players. Like, let's say you're a Junkrat player, you load into Havana, you're kind of sad. Widow player loads into, a different Flashpoint, might be sad. But in terms of first fight advantage, King of the Hill just is so important. And it's not even close. Much more than push. In fact, push has some of the most forgiving catch-up mechanics in the entire game. This is why when push came out, I went to bat for push, defending push, even though there were aspects of push that I didn't love. Because a lot of people were complaining about first fight and how it was remember the whole how foot push is fundamentally imbalanced, that whole video essay that blew up that I reacted to like 2 years ago, and I tore into it because it was statistically wrong about first fight. It was wrong. It was totally wrong. And as I said, push actually has extremely forgiving catch-up mechanics because of the respawns and because of overtime. Overtime and push is extremely forgiving, almost at the point of like escort and hybrid, because of the changing respawn and how oftentimes you can be 110-0, get to overtime, and you really only need to win like 3 fights in a row. So, you can have different problems with push, but yeah, King of the Hill is way more snowbally. Way more snowbally. King of the Hill is the only game mode where it's legitimately possible to lose an entire round and not build a single ultimate. Not build a single ultimate. And King of the Hill has just as many positional and hero favorites as Flashpoint, if not more. Lijiang Tower is a great example. There are a lot of characters that are really bad on Lijiang. There are a lot of heroes that are really bad in Busan. There's a lot of heroes that are really bad on Nepal, just as much as Flashpoint. So, King of the Hill has way more, just as many hero design issues, or like hero viability issues as a lot of the escort and hybrid maps, and Flashpoint, and has even more objective issues than a lot of the Flashpoint stuff is. I'm not saying that I dislike King of the Hill. It's high risk, high reward. I think the variety is fun, and I think the maps are cool too. I'm just saying that that's just not something that people are ready to hear. But why does Koth feel so good? I don't know. I personally don't enjoy Koth all that much personally. I can't answer that question. I can't. Maybe it's the fast-paced, immediate engagement nature. How one of our highest lever rates. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's part nostalgia. I don't know. I really don't know. Reinhardt mains are the tank equivalent of Mercy mains. We kind of already talked about this. I don't know. I don't play a lot of Reinhardt. I used to play a lot of Reinhardt many years ago. But I think this is, it's an unpopular opinion thread, so of course. Should 2CP be brought back? No. 2CP's choke problem is significantly better in 5v5, but that was only half of 2CP's problem. The other problem with 2CP is that the entire game mode was fundamentally flawed because it gave such a strong defender's advantage that you would win, lose, and you just lost the entire game mode right there. Or for attack, you'd lose, win. You don't want it to be so swingy that one side is guaranteed 90% chance to win, other side is 90% chance to lose, and it's flop sides because, it's balanced, guys. It's balanced. No, that doesn't feel good. Fights should feel approximately more like a 60-40, 40-60. That should be like the most quote-unquote defender's advantage that you should get, in my opinion. Where can go into a fight and be like, I can reasonably win this. Lucius, I think Lucius skins overall are pretty bad, are overrated. I think, but yeah. Punk was better than Hawk and Kaluj. Punk, I think, no. Punk's very good, but no. On Winston, maybe. Has Punk been better than Hawk and Kaluj at times? Yes. But over the period of times on off-tank heroes, no. Maybe JQ and Winston. So you could maybe say Punk over Kaluj, maybe because Kaluj's Diva was better and Zari was better. But Punk had like a JQ that he could pull out, and his Winston was more consistently. But see, even Kaluj had relatively okay Winston with Shock, but then he played a much simpler way. Punk versus Kaluj is like a much more tricky example. I'd still probably give the advantage to Kaluj, but Hawk, no, I don't think so. Hawk hasn't been top tier in quite a long time, but No, I don't think so. The problem with Kaluj is that his best heroes and his best peak as a player, we never saw. Like, the irony of Kaluj is he was already on the downtrend when he was with Shock, because he was first off playing a character that he wasn't as comfortable with, and he just wasn't like a lot of these off-tank players, you never got to really see what they were capable of because off-tank just wasn't viable, right? You talk about all three of these guys, Zarya, Diva, Sigma, stuff like that, stuff that just wasn't as viable anymore. Okay, the HP buff and hitbox increases were good at making heroes slightly less squishy and not get blown up in an instant. However, this is slowly getting reviewed and even just creeping back to where it used to be proportional HP in the chains. Maybe I'd have to think back to all the changes. I honestly can't remember all the changes. Maybe. I don't like when people talk about power creep and don't give me any specific examples. Like, even the recent midseason patch snuffed it out again. I agree that I hate the recent midseason patch, but how did it adjust the Season 9 hitbox changes? They nerfed Pharah's HP. They nerfed Cassidy. Like, outside of the tank trade here, like what was changed? Like, maybe there's something I'm missing here, but like this is what I don't like what are we talking about? Zane, thank you for the sub. Hydrate, I will.
VAR is the biggest problem in the game right now.
Sigma got his one-shot combo back. Did Sigma get his one-shot combo back? Really, is a rock accretion plus primary fire enough to kill a 250 HP character? Plus melee? Yeah, see, but that doesn't count. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. I'm not saying that wasn't like, I don't know. That doesn't count to me. Bro, I was one of the people that pushed for accretion to get buffed because accretion did not benefit from the hitbox changes because you did not increase the size of the projectile. It counts, but it's fine. Oh, it doesn't count. Guys, you can't have a 3-step one-shot, man. Especially with a character like Sigma who has to be in melee range. Like, come on, guys. It is a one-shot combo. Oh, you guys are crazy, man. You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. Bro, that you guys are crazy. A melee combo that involves a primary fire, an accretion, and a melee from a poke tank? Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. And that's one change. Like, I agree the tank patch was terrible, but it doesn't have anything to do with that HP buff and hitbox increases. Yeah, Zane Zag. We did a video about that a long time ago with SVB. The skill ceiling, skill floor video. You could probably find it on my channel from like 3 or 4 years ago. Hog's one-shot isn't a one-shot? I mean, that's misleading because the whole point of Hog being a one-shot is he pulls you into melee range. He pulls you into melee range. Do you not see the difference? Come on, guys. You guys are crazy, man. Rock keeps you in melee range? Bro, come on, man. This guy's walking into Sigma like, oh, I got one shot. Oh. Come on, man. Come on, bro. Sigma's pulling me into melee range, man. Bro, come on. You guys are crazy, dude. Oh my gosh. I can't do this anymore. Blood pressure check. It's great. Very healthy. It stuns you. Why are you there? Why are you on melee range? On a tank. I don't care if it's Sigma. I just can't believe you guys. And if you want to be, okay, fine, in melee range, Sigma has a 3-step one-shot. It's still harder to pull off than Hog. You guys are killing me. Again, my point being here is, regardless of where you stand on that issue, I agree with this. But I wish people were more specific about this stuff. You know, I don't like how people just like kind of pull stuff out of the air. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh yeah, they've reverted all the changes in power creeps. And like, have they? I mean, honest question, have they? I mean, maybe I'm misremembering some stuff. Maybe they have. Like, I don't remember the season 10 stuff, frankly. Maybe it's season 10. I don't know. I don't like that. It's just everyone just upvotes this brainlessly, you know. The Overwatch community is just silver support and tank players. Runasapi is a top 3 Overwatch map of all time. I haven't played enough to give an opinion. Oh yeah, this one. The best metas are where Zen meta is a meta support because stuff actually dies. Yeah, unpopular opinion for sure. I think Zenyatta is the most honest, dishonest character because he does require mechanical skill and is punishable. But a lot of the dishonest metas are metas where Zen's meta is like where either he has a support complementing his weakness, and Discord is still can be kind of hit or miss. Anubis was a fun map as long as you're on defense. I mean, all of 2CP was fun as long as you're on defense. I even liked Volskaya, man. Like, I mean, yeah, there's something devious about, everyone has those moments. I played Junkrat on Anubis. Felt great playing Junkrat on Anubis. It felt amazing playing Genji on Anubis defense. It was freaking awesome playing Zenyatta with a Torbjorn and throwing armor, and a Sim with a shield generator, and a Brigitte giving me armor, perma armor from Rally, but it wasn't fun for the enemy team. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But yeah, objectively true. Yeah. Dude, how much HP did I have on Zenyatta? It was 75 armor. I think it was 75 from shield generator. It was 350, and I think was it 100? It was like 450 Zenyatta. And I want to remind you guys that 225 shields was on top. So you didn't even lose the armor. That was the crazy part. It just unless you really got like really, really sweaty. And then even then, if you lost all your armor, oh no. Or Torb gives you another armor pack. You get your shield generator back up to full. So your worst case scenario back at 400 or 350 HP. Yeah. Tank Doom isn't as hard as people make him out to be. Disagree. I'm not sure if this is a popular opinion or not. I disagree, but I'm not downvoting it because of that. I wish everyone just was forced to play 10 hours of Doomfist. I think that Doomfist can be very frustrating to play versus. I think the empowered punch thing is kind of silly. But I challenge you. If you think Doomfist is easy, go play him for 10 hours. Let me know what you think. Because I did that. I did that several months ago, and I was like, ooh, he is tricky. He's tricky. The sub has gone downhill. I feel like I'm in the Overwatch forums and some threads. I used to think some of the sub in high regard because a good chunk of the discussion was from balanced character design standpoint, but now there's a lot of discussion just crapping on players, playing the character, then usually discussing in depth what's wrong with the character. It's quite literally the same stuff on both sides. I agree, but I think it's like a lot more, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the history of this sub enough to really comment. I'm trying to think of any. Yeah, I don't know. Arguments like the 66 is just streamers to make content and their fans parroting them because they can't make their own thoughts. Average players simply enjoying the game playing. This is true. I don't know if this is a popular or unpopular opinion, so I won't vote it. But yeah, most people don't really care. Or think that they care, but it doesn't really affect their enjoyment of the game. when the patch comes and they get nerfed, they stay in the open and hold mouse 2 in the enemy's general direction for free when they automatically assume the hero is terrible, and this spreads amongst people and forces developers to keep buffing already OP heroes. This is not only a psychological thing, the devs will look at the character with a poor win rate and they decide to buff them without taking this into account. Like Kiriko, months and months after bringing Tracer level of value from more levels of skill, cause people's brains to literally rot, and the second other supports into relevance, like he remains to start falling in ranks to actually belong in. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely maybe an unpopular opinion. Maybe I'll vote it. I'll vote it. Okay. Let's stop there. We've been doing this for a little bit. We'll stop there. Let me Elden Ring. We can talk about. Yeah, you know what? Here's what we'll do. Maybe I'll do a little Elden Ring rant. You guys ready? Well, yeah, we'll do some Marvel Rivals, but let's talk about Elden Ring really fast. How many of you guys have played Elden Ring?
Yo Spillo, quick question. I always debate a buddy of mine about how Kitsune Rush is overrated. Am I right in saying that or way off base?
I don't know. Overrated and underrated. It's a final. It's fine. I hear some higher ranked players saying it's the most powerful support ult of all time, which situationally is true. I've seen some people saying it's really bad. Okay, so let me try to get Elden Ring pulled up, and then I'm gonna have a little short rant. This is like gonna be a little bit forced but I've been wanting to have this rant for a while. And this will be like, I promise you, should be only 15, 20 minutes. I promise you, I'll make it fast. Is that a Wii controller? No, it's a normal controller or whatever. Okay, we're gonna talk about Elden Ring just a wee bit. Let me get my audio situated here, and then let's talk about Elden Ring. So what I'm not gonna do is I'm not going to rant about the DLC, the PvE, the passives, all this kind of stuff. What we're gonna talk about is we're gonna have a quick talk about balance, all right? Because balance is one of the more overrated things in gaming community, because everyone wants a balanced game. But the reality of the situation is that ultimately balance doesn't matter that much. You could have a great game like Elden Ring, which has a lot of great things: the storyline, the weapon variety, the PvE, the PvP is kind of mid. The music, all that's just great. Like, you could have a game of the year that's just a fun game, that isn't all that balanced. But balance does accentuate your enjoyment of the game. Now, I'm going to try to avoid spoilers for this, but if you haven't played the DLC, you might want to mute this. I'm going to talk a little bit about some DLC stuff. Basically, the TLDR with Elden Ring is that this game is genius in terms of its storytelling and the world building and the design. Sometimes getting to that story can be a little bit clunky. Sometimes the boss design isn't all that great. Even the combat can feel a little clunky, but it's a great game. It's beautiful. It's unique. Like how Overwatch 1 got Game of the Year. Yes, exactly. Right? A game that is really not well balanced at all, but was just unique and fun and beautiful and had a lot of passion put into it. The problem is balance does matter. It doesn't matter as much as people think, but it does matter. Because if I pull open, and let me tell you something. I have researched the crap out of this stuff because I did a New Game Plus build. My first playthrough, I did nothing but a sorcerer. Let me show you guys what a sorcerer build looks like. Let me show you guys all these spells, right? So you go in here, and I think I have pretty much all of them, right? So you go in here, it was a sorceries build. You got your shards and comets and spirals and stars and gavel and shatter earth and comets and AoE spells and single target spells and stealth spells and melee spells and moon and fire and gravity and fingers. And guys, most of them freaking suck. They suck. And you actually have to go out of your way to build around these tools. And it's still drastically inferior to just using the same ones. I want to say, is it Night Shard? Which one is it? Night Comet? You use this, you occasionally throw in a Renalis Full Moon or a melee builder on Carrion Greatsword, or even getting some Frost. But you're done. That's all you need. Well, if you build around the gravity, shut up. You don't need to. And in fact, the reward for doing it is basically nil. If you put the same amount of effort in doing a much more meta build, that's fine. And it's not just that, oh, you don't get rewarded for the same amount of time. There's a vast majority of spells that actually don't do anything. They don't do anything. This spell, you guys want to talk about a funny spell here? I don't even know if I can carry a thing here. You guys want to talk about this funny spell? Let's talk about Impenetrable Thorns, all right? I have purposely not used this spell because this, okay, I don't have enough, whatever. This gosh darn community, where do I need 18 end. We'll just get this one here. We'll get myself here. This gosh darn balance team decided that they needed to nerf the rolling sparks thing. So there was this new perfume thing that you could do this explosive thing around you, which was way OP, and they nerfed it. But they actually let this thing, which I'm not going to give you guys, be able to give you guys a good demonstration of how much damage it builds but it's unbelievably busted. You can solo the boss, everything in the entire game by doing nothing but spamming this one spell over and over and over again. Look at this stupid spell. Look at this thing. And that's it. You just do that and you've won the game. Congratulations. You're lying? And this is the problem with Elden Ring. This is the problem with Elden Ring. You're not rewarded consistently beyond visually and the satisfaction of building a build. You're not even encouraged to put thought into what you're using because so many of the base spells, incantations, sorceries, and weapons are just hot garbage. Just hot garbage. And the funny thing is it's not like, okay, they're hot garbage because they're 10% weaker. No, they're significantly weaker. They're significantly weaker. And I learned this on my first playthrough because this is all I did. I just did sorcery spells. I tried everything. I forced myself to use a spell over and over and this and that. And I researched it. They're just not good. They're just not good. And there's a lot of reasons why they're not good. Sometimes it's numbers tuning. Sometimes it's the design of the thing. Sometimes it's situational. Sometimes it's the cast time. And the worst part about it is oftentimes the coolest ones, the ones that you can't use. Part of that is boss design where there's just no downtime whatsoever. But a lot of the more interesting spells, either you can cheese it with the summons or you can't use it at all. You can't use it at all. But the most frustrating aspects are the ones that are just straight up garbage. So we're going to go to a couple of these. Some of the aspects of the Crucible. Cool things, totally unworth using. A lot of the dragon casts. Cool stuff, not worth using. A lot of the blood spells, fire spells, really look so cool, but they're not worth using at all. Not at all. A lot of the madness spells. Oh, by the way, PvE mobs, to my knowledge, cannot be affected by madness. Not worth using. A lot of the dragon ones. These ones are a little bit better. But some of the bird feather ones, oh gosh. I could do an entire video about just using divine bird feathers. I don't think I have a seal for this. Oh, this one's great. This is not gonna be a good representation because I'm not built for it, but trust me, it doesn't matter if you're built for it. What is this? What is that? What is that? It doesn't even reach them. And that's not the vast majority, but a large percentage of these things. And the thing that baffles me is we talk about like development of Overwatch and they don't balance. This stuff you can test for 2 minutes and go, oh, this number is totally off. And it doesn't change. Oh my, let's try this. Okay. Okay, well, hang on guys, hang on. Let's actually get past the shield here. Okay, maybe obviously I'm not giving this really good justice, but basically it doesn't do damage. And the vast majority of spells and incantations are just either totally useless or so situational that in no case would you even be rewarded for figuring out when they're useful. And that's this game. Now that's just this. That's just this. Let's talk about weapons. Weapons. So let's talk about weapons. Some weapons are really cool. Some weapons are great. There are a lot of viable weapon options. But just as many viable weapon options, there are weapons that are not even close to being scaled correctly. A lot of these you will really put a lot of effort into making work and ultimately don't really, it's like somebody didn't even test them, right? I believe this is one of them right here. I might be wrong this one. I believe this one is like is it the strong attack that you throw them? Yeah, the strong attack that you throw them, the height causes a lot of issues. And if we go, and these are just the good ones here. These are just the good ones. So if we go into sort chest here and we talk about, where are we at here? The vast majority of weapons that are just not worth using. A lot of the whips, really, really, really bad. Some of the halberds, also really bad. Some of the spears, also really bad. The problem is that you have basically what I would describe as an obscenely top-heavy weapon system. And it's not even top-heavy in terms of skill. In other words, the more challenging weapons, you get more rewarded for it. Let's talk... bows are a great example, right? Where bows can sometimes be seen as a cheese option because you can use them from range. So instead of solving that issue, what ends up happening is you have essentially an entire weapon type. Oh, by the way, there's a lot of bows, a lot of them. None of them are worth using. You could occasionally apply statuses from range, but that's pretty much their entire contribution, is the entire thing. And the thing that baffles me is just, again, by how much they're out of place. All right? It's not like, oh, they're like 10% less than a melee weapon. Massive. So much worse. That you're like, why doesn't somebody just jump on and tweak some numbers? Because they're obscenely off. And there's so many weapons that fall into this category. And I think the reason why this is super disappointing is because this game is so good in some aspects. The way the weapons look and act is sick. Like, there's so many cool weapons, man. They do so many cool things, and you want to utilize them. And you can, if you're willing to significantly compromise your efficacy of actually playing the game. And this becomes especially a problem in the game's core mechanic, which is, drumroll please, New Game Plus. Because as you level up in New Game Plus, the game gets harder and harder and harder. Bosses get more HP, people hit harder, and so the irony is as you get better at understanding the different weapons and wanting to try out more creative stuff, the game gets to a point where the balance issues become more and more glaringly obvious. So the irony is as you become more personally capable of using less than ideal weapons, those less than ideal weapons become less usable. Now, I'm not going to be facetious here and say, oh, you have to use a blasphemous blade or a sacred relic sword. You do not. I went through the entire DLC using slightly off-meta weapons. But there were a lot of situations where I actually had to, for example, this Falx one is a great example. I really tried to make this weapon work. It's a good weapon. It's a fairly good weapon against squishies. But against a boss, the final boss of the DLC, I had to go to a weapon with a little bit more, that wasn't quite so weapon chainy active. I didn't want to go shield. I didn't want to go cheese mode. I ended up still using a non-OP weapon. I'm trying to be careful, no spoilers here. But the vast majority of weapons just weren't going to work for the final boss. They just weren't going to work. They weren't going to work. Don't even get me started on anything that's ranged on the final boss. Yeah, good luck with that one. And the funny thing is, as I said, a lot of them are not like fundamentally flawed weapon designs. A lot of them have cool things, right? I think this is one of the ones, I don't know if I can demonstrate this, right? Where this has potential. That's sick, right? It's just bad. The DLC. It's just bad. Another great example here. Boy, you want to talk about a sick remembrance weapon? A weapon that you get from a boss, okay? At the final boss, you cash out. Where is this juicy, wonderful weapon that looks... Okay, wait for it. Where is it? No, it's... Hang on, where is it? There it is. I need more arcane. Hang on, I want to demonstrate this because you guys are gonna. This is so cool. Don't quite have enough. I think. Where's the mask? I think there's a mask I can wear for this. Is this arcane? Yeah. Okay. Check this out, guys. Oh, come on. Look at that. Is that not sick? Come on, guys. Look at this. Look at that. It's just beautiful. It's beautiful. And there's a lot of weapons like this that have sick weapon animations, look awesome, and are totally worthless. Not just because, oh, the fact that the Scarlet Rot buildup is 55! Like, what? How much damage are you going to need to do to proc one of the weaker status effects in the game? But then also, the actual Ashe of War just doesn't do anything. It just doesn't do anything. So you not only have a relatively cool weapon, but a weapon from a boss, and it doesn't do anything. And there's so many weapons that fall in this category. And that's my problem with this game. If you have not played Elden Ring, you need to play Elden Ring. It's a great game. Don't let any of my things say there are still plenty of viable weapons. But the thing that baffles me is it's such a glaring weakness that's not even hard to fix. You talk about things that are hard to fix, writing good quests or interesting characters or good music or PvE or that stuff, or even the boss design. Way harder to fix that. But outside maybe the boss design, I don't think that stuff is fine. But you could just type another number in. And I don't know who's in charge of the balancing for this game, but they're insanely bad at their job. Insanely bad. Like, that's not even like, oh, they're little. No, they're terrible. They're terrible at their job. And it kills me because the experience of this game, especially in New Game Plus, that's where my bias comes in, because I want to try a lot. I tried so many different builds, and it's annoying. It's annoying. Yeah, screw you, Rose, whoever you are. There would legitimately be 30, 40, 50% more viable options, even if they're not optimal, just viable, right? Viable. Like I said, I purposely avoided all the ridiculously overpowered weapons, both in the DLC and in the game. But I had to stick with the slightly more viable weapons without even dipping, because some of the cooler weapons were just really, really bad. And again, I say it's not like the weapons are fundamentally flawed in their design. I definitely think that things like death and madness not affecting PvE is a tricky one, right? Like, I don't know the solution to that, but there's so many other things that are like, man, why could somebody just not turn the number up? Like, the whole point is that it should be tricky, situational, and worth discussion about which weapons are good and which weapons are bad. But in Elden Ring, that conversation is almost completely irrelevant. You know what you could do to beat this entire game? Slap a weapon that you get from a random, just running around. This weapon. And you know what you do? Is you just, and then you do that. And then congratulations, you've won the game. Don't even get me started on things like poise. But that's it, you know? That's it. Yeah, I mean, and I don't know. Like, I understand, like, there's, like, every game team is going to have different strengths and weaknesses, you know? And I think it's unrealistic to expect perfection, especially from a team that's done as well with so many different things. It's funny to me that the thing that they got wrong is ironically probably the easiest thing. Because the demands for balancing a largely PvE game versus a PvP game is completely different. It's so much easier to balance PvE because it's a lot hard. There's a lot less unhappy people. There's a lot fewer unhappy people. And there's also a lot more leeway for, like, okay, this is good there. This is good there. There's a lot more flexibility. It's like a little bit more up in the air. But yet somehow Elden Ring manages to fail that. They're balancing for PvP as well. I'm aware of that, but that's a much smaller percentage. Like, I think compared to the average, like, what percentage of the player population engages and takes PvP seriously? It's not 100% like a lot of other games, right? It is a large population, but it is not. It's easier than a game like Overwatch, is my point. So, you know, the thing with Elden Ring is, here's what you do. You know, you build your poise to 51 or whatever to where you're not, and then you get high bits, and then you just basically run around and bonk people. Or you find the sorcery or faith build that has that one OP thing, and you run around and you just abuse it. Or you abuse bleed or whatever else.
Stats separated, but
I think they do, Brax. I think they do, Brax. So I don't know. I think that's my biggest gripe, is I don't understand why they can't fix it. Because there are so many weapons. So here's the funny thing. The reason I'm using this weapon here is this is one of the weapons that I actually stopped using. Because it was trivializing the vast majority of the content, including the bosses, even on New Game Plus in the DLC. All right? I had my poise at like 51. I was decently leveled up on the Shadoo fragments. And I had decent armor. Like, it wasn't anything crazy. No shield. And I just two-handed this, and I just poised it up. And if they interrupted me, okay, that's fine. I roll, and I jump attack. Bam! I roll, I jump attack. Bam! And now they're knocked down. And this is not even the most OP weapon by any means. And it still trivialized a lot of the content. And then I swapped to a slightly worse weapon. I don't know. Here, the Axe of Godfrey, okay? This is a remembrance drop from one of the final bosses. It's not great. I'm not gonna lie with you guys. It's okay, but it's slow. It's pretty slow. And I don't know. So we'll wrap it up there. Love the game, hate the bounce. Love the game, hate the bounce. Yes, I've played Sekiro. I've platinum Sekiro. All the bosses, all the endings, all that kind of stuff. So, two biggest complaints for Elden Ring by far. Unable to replay the bosses at all, which Sekiro has, and a really, really, really crappy game balance, which I would say Sekiro has some game balancing issues with some of their attachments and stuff. But yeah. Anyway, that's my rant. It's the fatal flaw in a really almost flawless game. I'm not talking as much about the DLC. I had my separate issues with the DLC. I think DLC was basically Elden Ring again, for better or worse. They didn't really improve any of the issues in Elden Ring, but I did enjoy it. So, yeah. I feel like Elden Ring has more than 200 weapons, but maybe that's me. But yeah, great game. If I had ended on any note as negative as I've been here, this is me more critiquing the potential of this game. It's because in contrast to the rest of the game, and it will not ruin your experience. I'll put it this way: if you guys have not played it, this game that will not ruin your experience. It will annoy you at times, but it's not. It's still like far and away deserves game of the year, and you need to play it. It still says you're playing Overwatch, by the way. Yeah, I mean I'll change it in a second because I'm not really playing Elden Ring either. Elden Ring would work better with roll queue. KD 22. That's probably a good point. I guess my thing is it's like I don't think a lot of these changes would take very long, and I don't even know if it's the vocal minority either. Because you look at something like Divine Bird Feathers, right? That's an incantation you get pretty late in the game. If you ever try that once, you probably will never use it again. It is so bad. Like, it's not like, oh, it's like marginally worse, like an Axe of Godfrey. It functions. It's a weapon. It does damage, not a big deal. But like some things are actually so incredibly bad that I don't know how it even got past the initial testing. Like somebody forgot a 0 kind of a thing. So anyway, that's all. That's all. Yeah, the balance changes are super random. What was the last balance change? Was it right before the DLC dropped? I believe. Something like that. I do agree with you, Rag. We didn't really touch on it earlier, that a lot of the quest design, I would say Elden Ring is the perfect game for a walkthrough. But it demands a walkthrough, I think. I think. You can get away without a walkthrough, but you'll end up missing a lot of things and getting a lot of things wrong, which will indirectly harm your enjoyment of the game, which is definitely annoying. Definitely annoying. You would miss a lot of content. Yeah, you would. You would miss a lot, which is part of the charm in a way, but, I understand the complaints. Chat? And everyone's like, just do New Game Plus. Well, maybe not every game should be around. You have to do it in New Game Plus. Well, I've already put in 100 hours in this game. Hey, Clubs. Yeah. I didn't have any problems with it because I followed a walkthrough. And I didn't mind it, but I can understand some people being like, ugh, why'd I have to follow? But yeah, I think that is a much harder thing to balance, frankly, because of the open world nature of the game. All right, guys. Let's see if I can actually get this sorted out. So last time I did Marvel Rivals, it was not doing game capture. So let's see if it can recognize game capture. OBS. Gosh, OBS is such a crappy art. Will it work? Frick! It doesn't work. That's crazy. Only display capture. The game capture doesn't work. Yeah, it started 40 minutes in the stream. Yeah, I'll adjust the audio. Hang tight. Yeah, it's gonna have to be like display capture, I guess. That sucks. That's crazy to me, man. Like, they still have not figured that out. Let's try it with window capture, maybe? Wait, did window capture work? Window capture worked. Yeah, maybe that works. That's crazy that game capture doesn't work, though. All right, let's do that. Okay, hopefully that works. So let's turn on the audio and then let's pull up the patch notes. And I will try to remember all my previous complaints. Okay, let's pull up the patch notes. Where is it? Okay, I'm not seeing it on their Discord. So, Marvel Rivals patch notes. Okay, there's a lot of them. Let's take a look really fast here. So, okay, I need to actually do this back to display capture again. So hang tight. Thank you, Marvel Rivals. Okay, so a lot of my issues were some heroes were just really, really bad. It was very top heavy, the original Marvel Rivals, and I guess there's a couple of the quality of life things. I'm going to kind of reserve my judgment. If you guys know the YouTube that I had uploaded the full review on. So let's see if they addressed any of those changes here. As Venom enters battle. In designing Venom, we end up capturing the astonishing essence of the alien character. So Venom's in here. I've heard about that. Okay, so I don't want to read about the character design. I don't care. On the brighter side, Adam Warlock also arrives, entering as a pivotal strategist hero. So strategist is support? I can't remember what that. So we'll check all this out in the practice range. Okay. We'll try this all in the practice range. I don't want to read their hero designs. I'm going to read the patch notes and try it in the practice range. You're ready to have 2 new electrifying team-up abilities. Venom, Spider-Man, and Penny Parker. The epic tale of Venom and Spider-Family takes center stage, promising a fusion of their extraordinary powers as they unite. Venom shares a part of a symbiote with Spider-Man and Penny Parker, activating their own symbiote abilities. When in danger, they can convert the symbiote to explosive spikes that inflict harm on nearby enemies and relentlessly knock them back. Simultaneously, the symbiote's unyielding defenses ensures enhanced survivability for the 2 spider heroes. I'm on the fence with the whole team-up abilities thing. they definitely can range from either like useless to being too overtuned. And I think that I've always been more of a fan of like, I don't know, like if one hero enables another character too much, they become too weak on their own or too powerful in unison. You have to be very careful when you're balancing these kind of things here. Garden Revival, which is Adam and Star-Lord Mantis. Since joining forces to Guardians of the Galaxy, when battled together, Adam enhances the cosmic power of both Star-Lord and Mantis, granting them the power of Cocooned Revival. Ooh, Revive is always scary. Each team up is inspired to shine and turn on inspiring. So basically, is it just a revive? Ooh. Well. Vanguard. Okay, Doctor Strange was really strong. We've recalibrated Doctor Strange's damage capabilities to better resonate with his Vanguard role, enhancing his power on the front lines. Did Doctor Strange need the power? Am I crazy? I think Doctor Strange was the best tank, no? Go into a cocoon with a free flight, then res anywhere, yikes. Was Doctor Strange not the most powerful tank? Am I crazy? Groot meticulously balanced Groot's tree wall abilities and their survivability. There's no specifics here, so we'll have to look at it in game. Magneto. We've overhauled Magneto's ability logic and empowering him to create magnetic barriers more freely, effectively neutralizing enemy assaults. Furthermore, the metal shield can now be self-applied, granting him greater insane bounce. Okay, we'll have to see how that goes. Venom is the best now, probably? Okay. Penny. Penny was cheeks. Awful character. A defense-oriented tank, super, super goofy. We fine-tuned SP Doctor's combat style. Most of them amplifying the left-click attack speed to evoke the sensation of wielding a large weapon. I'll have to test this out. I don't know. Penny's much better now? Okay, good to know. Duelist. We've amplified Black Panther's prowess of wall climbing and sprinting. Nice, elevating his potential and unleash breathtaking combos. I don't like this. This is, bro, I know, I guess this is like a beta, but bro, give me the numbers. Give me the numbers. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm literally just saying that, Croatian. Yeah. Stop telling me his breathtaking combos. Screw off, man. What was changed? Moreover, when Black Panther triggers his team-up ability with magic, he gains the ability to summon the Limbo Disc Portal at will. I saw like a few seconds of Samito's stream, and I think they like actually changed like his like dash cooldown or whatever, but then this isn't even part of the notes. The Limbo Disc Portal. Well, yeah, I don't know what that is. Yeah, so that's crazy. Hela! We've adjusted Hela's mid to long range capabilities to train more balanced and compelling combat experience. What does that mean? What does that mean? Tell me what it means! What does it mean? A self-TP portal? Okay. We've enhanced long-range offensive capabilities, giving him more familial suppressive firepower. That's good. Furthermore, the gamma energy upgrade of his team ability when using armor has been increased. Okay. To add... Oh, dude, Namor was cheeks, too. That was the javelin guy who's awful. We've adjusted the skill so that when it's activated, it can freely move in the air. Okay. Good to know. The Punisher, we fine-tuned the active use of his team-up ability with Rocket Raccoon. And this new rendition, each team-up ability window becomes even more precious for the Punisher. Again, there's just so many words, and I don't know what they mean. Part of it's because I'm an idiot. I don't remember all the specific terms. Part of it's just like, tell me what you've done! We've heightened the significance of Loki's illusions and slightly balanced his primary force healing and capabilities. Rely more heavily on his illusions to actively participate in combat. Okay, interesting. The illusions is so risky. It's unique. We've enriched Mantis' ultimate ability, granting the ability to offer enhanced survival support for the entire providing. Yeah, I guess so. Find the boss more. I'm more refined and accelerated. Dude, that's it. I'm cooked. All right, here we go. Moreover, in the CBT, we've integrated player feedback from the alpha test to enhance tactile feedback and overall impact. During this test, heroes will undergo the following experiential, what does this word even mean? Experiential optimizations. Why use one basic word when we could fluff it up? Experiential optimizations. We've meticulously fine-tuned each hero's interrupted action transitions, aiming to minimize constraints on player actions, empowering them to unleash their full potential. Holy crap, dude. Touch grass! What does this mean? Sound and visual effects for ability use and impact, ensuring players can distinctly perceive the success and effectiveness of their actions during combat. That's good. I think I understand what these words mean. This was part of my feedback from last time. Ability camera and vibration. Enhance the ability in-game ability camera performance of vibration feedback to intensify the impact sensation during combat and increase immersion. I don't know if this is good, because this is might lead to visual clutter, but again, I don't know. Wall climbing collisions. Okay. Crosshair feedback. Adding health bar indicators for healing. Improved prompts for taking hits. Competitive bans. Okay. Tournament bans. Blech. What a presumptuous load of horse manure. But maybe the game's fun. It's been a while. I had a decently fun time playing it last time. Like, I understand you want to, like, make it attractive and stuff, you know? Like, I'm not saying that, like, you can't sauce up cheeks, but, man, like, there's a limit, dude. I don't want a quick match practice range. So I'm going to be feeding. Wait, why can't you see? Why did it not load up? Bro! Come on, Marvel Rivals. Dude, Marvel Rivals is the worst. Marvel Rivals is the worst. That's so pathetic. Game capture doesn't work. Window capture doesn't work. That's a joke. Okay. Magic was the sword lady. Scarlet Witch. Namor got some choices.
Three-quarters of the earth is mine to rule. I have come to claim the rest.
Shut up, Namor.
Here they are.
Nobody cares.
The fools.
Shut up! Shut up! Okay, so I think I need to... My sensitivity is really high. Wow. Okay. Did they just reset all your settings? I think they did. Frick. This still feels high. This is Overwatch. I don't think it's one-to-one with Overwatch though, right? This still feels a little high. Maybe I'm gaslighting myself here. I always love a little good old-fashioned afternoon gaslighting. No, this is definitely high. This is definitely still high, yeah. By 0.375? Oh. What is my Overwatch sensitivity, man? Oh, no, I don't remember. It's 1600. Was it 2? Frick! Do I have to launch Overwatch? I have to launch Overwatch. I don't remember, man. I think it's 2. Alright, I'm gonna Alt F4. Wait, now it's not letting me log into BattleNet. Let's try this. Give me a second, chat. Bum, 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 dun, 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 dun. I think it's 2. Also, bless you guys for giving me the 0.375 rule. Alright, I could just check my op settings here. Yeah, it's 2. Okay, so I was right. I was right. I get partial credit. Partial credit, right? Launching. Will 66 be back? Read the dev blog. They're thinking about it. I think a 66 test. Bro, my OBS keybinds aren't working when I'm in. Dude, that's crazy. My OBS keybinds don't work when I'm in Marvel Rivals. All right, that's it. We're getting the juice right now. Hang on. OBS keybinds don't work. Display while while in Marvel Rivals. Display capture no good. Game capture no good. So 0.375.
It's time for magic and mischief.
Three
Would
quarters
be
of the earth is mine to rule.
0.75.
I
Set
have come to
0.75,
claim the
right?
rest.
Right, chat?
Here they
Right.
are. The
Shut up,
fools.
Seymour! A 0.75? Dude, this guy is so annoying.
You never had a chance.
I need to make sure that all my display borderless windowed. We'll go full screen. Just make sure I get resolution, whatever. Quality. Is there anything I should turn off here, chat? Maybe we should just leave as is for one game and see how trash it goes. Let's just turn it to medium at least.
More foes to conquer.
Turn everything. Turn show FPS on. Oh yeah, true actually. Let's leave it on medium for now, because I have a decent machine. Oh man, I gotta do all this again? Frick me, man. That's fine. Jump space, primary weapon. Reload R, primary attack, secondary attack. Melee attack.
More foes to conquer.
Shut up! That's fine, I guess, for now. I guess this is fine for now. I'm gonna mess up a lot of stuff in the meantime. NVIDIA reflex turn on. Okay. Anti-aliasing to performance is a must. Where? V-sync off? It's fine for now? Okay. Yes, off? Okay.
Typical air breather. Oceans protect me.
Is this the free? Oh, is this the new change?
More foes to
It's
conquer.
a new change, right? That's pretty good. I mean, the ability still sucks, but at least I can move, you know? Because I can reposition myself.
Denizens of the
Double
deep.
KO!
Just as expected.
That's 3!
So I can go like, you know,
Wave will not break.
I'm gonna take that position and you know what I'm saying?
4 in a row!
Where does the right click again?
5! That's amazing! 6 in a row! Way to go!
Namor does not lose. Imperious Rex.
Okay. Add up Warlock.
I will leave this universe a better place than it was before I was created.
Double KO!
Your time. I have found more lost souls. Quantum magic.
What does that do? I snapped twice, I think. Where are my friendlies? Oh, I can read it, right. My bad. I'm an idiot, guys. I forgot. Target an ally for a balancing stream of healing energy, which also heals himself when casting. Ooh, that's strong. So a ranged self-heal on paper that also heals you is pretty strong. Yeah. Gather quantum energy to cluster and swiftly launch that enemy.
Pure cosmic energy.
But I can't headshot.
KO.
Destiny is not
And it's
fine.
slightly lower DPS. So it's just like Zen orbs, basically. Yeah, yeah. Unite the souls of allies in the bond, granting them healing over time and destroying them.
Stronger together.
Do you get to choose which souls you unite?
This was always your fate.
But it like reduces the damage they take or whatever? Oh. That's a long cooldown though. Awaken the karma of allies to revive them.
Cosmic balance is restored.
Double
Shares your
KO.
damage among the target. Isn't that like... So you'd have to be smart with that, no, right?
That's
Tablets?
3.
Or no?
Our foes have arrived.
Where? Oh, gotcha. Gotcha.
Your souls united.
I'm gonna heal over time to everybody.
Flawless. Quantum
Double
magic.
KO. That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row.
But you can't heal by shooting somebody.
Quantum magic.
No.
The cosmos heals you.
Interesting. Awaken the karma allies. Once his body perishes, adding can freely
Our
move as a soul
foes
and
have
his body
arrived.
chooses spot.
Born again!
Quantum magic. Stronger together. Rest once more.
Yeah. Maybe I need to do everything low, guys, because my frames are not looking good right now. That's... Wait, it will res people for the duration of the circles on the ground? Whoa! Okay. Interesting.
Pretty sure I'm still the coolest fighter hero in any reality.
I hate this character so much, man. So just gun stuff. Anti-ally... But how do I do that? I don't understand what you're saying. Where's performance here? Is it the super resolution mode you're saying? Ah. Well, there you go.
You never stood a chance.
Double KO.
Okay, don't care about Penny. Groot.
I am Groot. I am Groot. I am Groot. I am Groot.
Is that new or am I dumb?
Double KO.
Maybe I'm dumb. I think I'm dumb.
3.
I don't remember.
I am Groot.
I don't remember that. Am I dumb?
I am
Wow, 4 in a row. 5. That's amazing.
Seriously, is that bomb new? Huh. English or Spanish? I mean, you could talk whatever language you want. I will only understand English. It's not new. Okay.
As Sorcerer Supreme, I oversee other magical adepts. That much closer to victory.
Double KO!
I'm surprised they didn't give any changes to Hulk. I found Hulk to be kind of mid.
Banner can smash things too.
I'm hulking out! There's gonna be a fight.
Oh wait, the robots are moving. We're good. Robots are moving, bro. It counts.
To be, I have found a greater cause. Your attacks are futile.
Well, that's a low cooldown, man.
KO!
Insignificant gnats.
Is it a resource? It's a resource. Yeah, it's a resource. It's a resource. Okay, cool. I like that. Bubble. Boop. So Ian, it's just Zarya bubble. It's Zarya bubble. It's literally they just stole Zarya bubble.
Ah, here they are now. You should be ashamed.
It's literally Zarya and Sigma. Is what it is.
Double KO!
Venom.
We were once called a villain, but now the universe will see the hero we truly are. That was fun.
Double KO!
Creeper. Chambering ability still doesn't work, or whatever it's called. You know, you press like watch, like I'll press the ability, you know, and then I'm gonna hold down shift. How's Marble Royals? I don't know yet. I'm holding it. I'm holding it. I'm holding it. Doesn't go off. Buffering, yeah.
This should help. We are protected now.
Double KO!
How good's the melee damage here? Not that good. Alright, damage me, daddy. Do some damage. So it was 100 HP. And then now...
Yes, that feels better.
What? I get more HP than if I use it at full HP?
Fresh meat. We are protected now.
Dude, you get... What? That's really dumb. Like, there should be some dynamics of where, like it's literally like... Look at that! What? That is so dumb, man.
Double
What?
KO!
You know what I'm saying, right, Chad? It should be like, okay, you get more of your lower HP, but not all the way to compensate, right? That doesn't make any sense from the game design perspective. Dash is relation. So this is just like a ball slam?
Pathetic thing.
I kind of like the control of it. That's cool.
Time to toughen up. There is no escape. You can't get rid of us so easy. Not so fast.
Throw in a grab for free movement after duration.
We are Venom! Tasty.
Double KO!
We hope you suffered.
Can be hit during that, by the way? Alright.
That's 3! Wow, 4 in a row!
Symbiote never forgets.
5! That's amazing!
Reverse fire tactical program. Yeah, he feels fun to play. At least so far at the practice range. Which is hardly anything. I don't like that you can't do it off of wall climb, though. You should be able to slay him off of wall climb. Like here, you see? That's super nice. Okay. Is there anything else, chat? I think we just go and play. Huh, okay. Exclamation mark group up, Big Rat Pat. Also, Punisher gives him a hard time. I'm gonna flex the fill for the first several. Until I decide I want to play something. I'm gonna focus more on the characters that receive some changes, if I can.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
But it doesn't matter. DPS, Punisher. There's a healer. What do you guys want to see? Let's try Iron Man.
Iron Man. But it worked out for everybody.
Let's try Iron Man, because he got some changes, right? What did Iron Man get? What did Iron Man get? What did Iron Man get? Better range, right?
Guess we better save the world again. Or is it worlds this time?
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Hey, I like your firearms. Never thought I'd find someone with the same taste on this backward planet.
Yeah. What do you got in your trash can?
Let's see.
Is he faster or am I crazy?
Photon reaction chain gun.
He feels a little faster, no?
War journal entry. This world is officially sick.
No?
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
And I'm gonna mess up so many abilities here.
Underneath my caustic exterior, I'm still pretty caustic.
There's gonna be
Fringe.
I'll patch you up. Don't mind me.
Oh, I was gonna say.
He's a sociopath, but the man gets results.
Chat, what does the F thing do again?
I'll patch you up.
I'm just gonna primary fire and fly for right now.
Team play it. That's me.
I'm getting dumb damage and choke right now, honestly.
can't hold me forever.
Namor wasn't bad up on his own.
step closer to saving the world.
Hey, team! Enjoy the amplifier!
That's 3!
Right click is the beam, right? Okay, yeah. What does E do again? And Q's the big old bomber, right? Q's the big bomb. Goated.
There's another one down.
He's just standing still. The funny thing about that storm is I'm pretty sure she was shooting me earlier and I just was ignoring her.
So you got us. I can't believe it.
Guys, he's hulking out, man. Don't hate. Ah! Ah! Ah!
I'm doing this my way.
Yes! What the fuck are these things
Piece of
anymore?
cake.
You're welcome.
I'm hulking.
I mean, it's hard to know if Iron is. I mean, Iron has to be better
We
because the
are
power is super low.
undefeatable!
I think they got me.
Yeah, screw it. I'm going in. Oh, I'm not going in!
Maximum pulse.
Oh, I don't think I meant to do that. That works out. I couldn't remember what his ult did. I'm not gonna lie with you guys.
I'll patch you up.
Seriously, what does E do again? I mean, I don't remember.
Feel the wrath of the goddess.
Squids. Namor wasn't bad enough on his own.
E equals power up. Got it. All right, we're powering up. Let's go.
I am ready to put on a show!
No, you're not.
Double KO!
One step closer to saving the world.
You got one. So long.
Only 60 seconds left.
Frick.
You're
Okay, got it. This is kind of pathetic, I'm not gonna lie.
Hostiles up front.
Powering up.
Oh my gosh! Nobody's shooting me!
Freeze.
For the day.
Like, is there Storm just AFK or like what?
Down to 30 seconds.
Face, loser. You're up against it. Just gotta hold on.
He's just standing there.
Found a spider nest. Watch your step.
We are undefeatable!
Maximum pulse.
No more spider nest.
Double KO! The final 10 seconds!
Okay, this is honestly really pathetic.
Enjoy the amplifier.
Powering up. I never believed Loki's actually down. Is he actually down?
Another
Okay.
epic victory! Big win!
I need to test more of that. Yeah, that was something else. I need to why don't I press F1? Why do I ask you guys when I have F1? What does one more round mean? Oh, it's a team? Ooh, I don't know what I'm on team. Oh, it's just Riku? Oh, okay. Everyone do a bad Robert Downey Jr. impression. We'll do Iron Man again because I need to actually pay attention.
I'm not judging.
I never wanted to be Iron Man, but it worked out for everybody.
That is Robert Downey Jr., man. Activate armor droid, enhancing damage of repulsor blasts and unibeam. And hyper velocity or armor overdrive is used, can launch a missile bombardment. Okay, got it.
I never had kids, but I did have the Avengers. Same thing.
Hail and well met.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Yes, quite. Ah, the so-called perfect human.
So I can shift. Or I can E and then do
This
that.
isn't my first trip through the multiverse, you know.
Powering up.
What does that do?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That was my armor upgrade. Whoops.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Look out below.
Got it?
When doom
Useless.
has been brought to heel, I will choose Asgard's future.
Yeah, I think so. I think Penny Parker, yeah. What? Am I at the right spot, guys?
Render me assistance!
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Anyone say fireworks?
I still need you. Who is behind you, my ally?
I don't plan. I got that on video.
What a sly god you are, Loki. Okay, quit showing off,
The mission area is yours.
Alright, she just dipped. Wait, where'd you go? No! Wait, there's no way! Dang it, man. I forgot that she could fade for that long.
Oh, did you see that? Iron Man operational again.
My bad, dude. Look, guys, look. I don't want to talk about it, alright? We won. Okay?
Enemies on approach.
I outnumber you.
Powering up.
Hello?
Look out below.
Render me assistance.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Take a look behind you.
Oh, no. I'm not going to do that.
The area is almost yours.
Iron Man is versus VA? Definitely. Good catch.
Powering up.
I guess they're not peeking this one.
Look out below.
The foe is here. Your powers are mine!
Hell unleashed!
Nice! And don't forget you save your ultimate. Well, he feels better. The flight speed thing actually feels useful, and I actually feel like I'm doing more splash damage. I don't know if he's good, but he feels better.
I won't shy away from a fight.
Have you guys played Iron Man? Am I crazy? It even felt like the rockets were like having some sort of AoE presence, you know?
30 seconds before you attack.
How do
Get
you
ready.
descend, though? You know what I'm saying? How do I? That's annoying. How do I descend?
Anna, are you really the goddess of death? My father. Is he in your realm?
Perhaps you should come with me and see yourself, my child. Fresh souls are always welcome in Hela's domain.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
I'm spamming right
2,
click.
1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
To rule the afterlife is to rule everyone, eventually.
Oh, it's further. My bad.
Powering up. Look out below.
Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me.
Maximum
Oh, it didn't hit. Frick.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Oh, I fed. That was silly.
I'll patch you up.
I got greedy.
Iron Man, operational again.
Wait, I'm your goat? Are you sure?
It is yours.
This is real firepower!
Look out below! There's another one down.
Oh, that angle, though. Wait, I have more rockets?
Bombs away!
Does it reduce cooldown as well?
Rest once more.
Or is it always been that low cooldown?
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up.
Your guard is suffering.
Look out below!
Control lost.
I never believed Loki.
Oh.
Take a look behind you.
Whoa, can I lead the Guardians now? Look out below!
No.
Piece of cake.
Frick.
Control seized.
Powering up. Bombs
That might be.
away.
Okay, that was kind of a goof from her. She should have killed me. Space go up, control go down. Oh, control. I need to change it to crouch. My other key. Thank
I
you.
am ready to put on a show.
Maximum pulse! Pulse cannons and arguments.
I
Sweet.
figured it was worth it, even if I didn't get a kill there.
Rockets, fire!
Ah! Oh, no. My bad. Bad flight control there. Oh, no.
Welcome.
Yeah, I didn't
This
see
is
that.
real fire!
I'm back.
I was gonna go in there and just like,
Area's
blam,
all
and then
yours.
leave really fast, but
Fire mode.
it didn't work. Yeah. Still feels like the matchmaking is like way off. Like any sort of like base first, maybe there's no matchmaker just yet.
Vishanti's power.
Like any sort of first-person shooter fundamentals, and you're just like instantly better than like
Oh, they do
40% of people playing. Sorry, buddy. Wait, was I in voice this whole time? Let's turn it off. I don't care.
Another
Oh, is it?
epic victory. Big win.
BAM! Victory! All right, Iron Man, better. I will move on, even if he's not that strong, because the bar was set so freaking low that even if I was playing versus AI, I still did not enjoy playing him. I enjoyed playing him. So, who should we try next now? One more round! Magic, but did Magic get any changes? Did Magic get any changes? Honest question, did Magic get any changes? I don't think she did. No?
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Who got changes in support? Let's
I
try
will
Adam.
bring peace to this universe, no matter the cost.
Okay. E, armor pack. Shift, bear, heal linky dinky. Right click, Zen. Left click, blam blam. Q, mass res.
In a world consumed by darkness, I will gladly be the light.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
What a strange
No verticality.
alliance.
No
we should be at
mobility.
odds, you and I.
Why do you say that, man of gold?
I seek to save souls. You seek to collect them.
Ah, but if they all ceased to exist, we would both be out of business, would we not?
Oh, this voice
The
interaction
battle
is
starts in
something
5,
else.
4,
Ugh.
3,
Whoa!
2,
Whoa!
1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Honestly, I didn't like snow growing up. Harmony always tried to throw snowballs with me, though.
The cosmos heals you.
Explosive spiders? You're welcome.
A brief taste of hell.
I'm home.
Healing power.
I'm good to go.
A nice deep
Cosmos heals you.
Hit a shot, Shanj?
You made me do
Ah!
this.
Good gosh, man! I don't care. Who are you?
Healing supplies
Shot?
last. Healing power. You fought until the end, Rocket.
Wait, this is not a jump pad.
You
No, I didn't mean to press that. Help!
We are in this. Our foes have arrived.
No!
I'm hurt. Never thought I'd be sad to see Death got defeated.
Down. I'm good to go.
We are in this together.
I'll patch you up.
Healing power.
For an encore.
Yeah, I know. You can self-heal with the E thing, right?
Together.
Right? Or can I do it for myself? Can I shift myself?
Watch this stop. Another bump in the road.
The cosmos heals you.
Down. That's
Oh! I forgot. You would know.
Our foes have arrived.
Frick you! Frick! 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 Frickety frack!
I am barely harmed.
I'll patch you up.
Oh, I can't do it.
This
Rat.
my way.
The legions of hell are beyond counting.
Quantum magic.
I don't care. Come on. What are you gonna do about it? Huh? What are you gonna do about it, huh?
Come, my minion.
Oh, frick.
Healing power.
I'll patch you up.
Born again!
Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. Ha! No!
Quantum
No,
magic.
I didn't mean to do that. It's my ult.
Why would I need healing?
I am ready to put on a show.
Is that my ult?
It's the grand finale mode.
Quantum magic.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Oh, pathetic. Frick, 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 frick. I'm stuck.
Jury! Executioner!
What is that thing? Why can't I damage it? I'm gonna solo flank this, guys. Trust. I'm stuck.
Flawless. The cosmos heals you.
Come, my minion.
Only 60 seconds left.
What do I do for an encore?
Quantum
Where are they?
I'll patch you up.
cosmic justice.
Hello? Who are you?
Be strong together.
Here's this life.
I'm hurt.
Quantum magic.
More?
Down to 30 seconds.
Time's on our side.
Where the frick did you go?
You're welcome.
I don't know, maybe just the matchmaking is bad, guys. Oh, that's near me.
Double KO.
Your legend has come to an end.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. That's 3.
I don't know, guys. Matchmaking just seems kind of like... Maybe it'll figure it out eventually.
Another epic victory.
But these games... Yeah, I mean, I'm only 3 games in. I guess it reset everything. Like, I'm just, like, disrespecting the cheeks out of everybody. We'll try him again. I guess, you know, like, I off-angled and just out-dueled everybody. I just sat there versus a freaking Spider-Man and a choppy lady, magic or whatever, and I just won every 1v1. It's like, all right, well, okay. Just press myself heal and shoot you.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
We'll do it again. Too much new. Okay, buddy.
I will bring peace to this universe.
They weren't even.
Cost.
I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. Yeah, the whole concept of like flanking and winning a 1v1 is like kind of. Yeah, I legit feel like I'm in like silver right now.
In a world consumed
Where's the
by
team
darkness, I
don't
will
want
gladly be the light.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
No, I don't know how to play comp. I think it's just about like gold or something.
You say that as if it is a bad thing.
Did I? I guess sarcasm.
This is the same map.
You are gonna say
Same map.
though, right?
Let's
No.
go! We
We
know
will
our
save
psych.
it
We know what to do
together.
now. Let's go! Let's go!
The
Let's
battle
go!
starts in 5, 4,
You get more healing.
3,
Humans can self-revive your
2,
team up.
1.
All right. Well, more.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
I can pretend, but add time to the mix in. Things get tricky. I don't think that's welcoming.
Your legend has come to an end, Star.
Who are you?
You're welcome.
I'm
I'm hurt. A nice deep
He's hulking out, man.
Destiny was not kind to you.
Healing power. Battlefield ready again.
He's not dying.
fear vessel.
Healing power.
The cosmos heals you.
Nope.
Double KO.
I have
Nope.
found more lost souls.
That's 3.
I could not allow a trace of Nor's darkness to survive Venom.
Someone scratch my back.
I'm hurt.
The cosmos heals you.
Yeah, I can't tell how much of this is like hero strength versus just the people I'm playing versus are bad. So I feel like if I was playing Star-Lord there, I would have won that 1v1.
Pulse charge. Fire.
Oh, I was like, there's no way.
Healing power.
Well, you could do that through walls. Gonna slam? Come on.
I could not allow
do you
a
want, buddy?
trace of Nor's
What do you want, buddy?
darkness to survive Venom.
Yeah, the self-healing is busted. You could just hold like an off angle and tank so much.
The cosmos heals you.
I'm good to go.
Chat, does it shift work on me?
Coming up behind.
Ah, I'm stuck. Frick.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. My armor's got a lock on a bogey.
I'm doing this my way.
Okay, that one, obviously there's limitations to that.
I like the cold. Not gonna lie.
Better guns now.
The cosmos heals you.
Come on, hulking out.
You are safe now, my friend.
You're welcome.
What's that for?
The cosmos heals you.
I'm just dying. Ready for the
Turn around, quick.
I'm good to go.
I'm
I'll take control.
And now we just hide, just in case you do a big ultimate. I'm ready for it.
Be ready for counter.
Healing
We're
power.
not going to quit.
We are in this together.
He's a sociopath, but the man gets right away.
Our foes have arrived. The cosmos.
Your powers are mine! Maximum pulse!
Hey, Teeny!
Born again!
Wait, it worked! It worked!
Seriously, stay away from
Did it work, chat?
Don't mind me. Don't quit on me now, little buddy.
Frick. Oh, I almost had him. Did I get him? Did I res, guys? What was the range of the res?
Born anew.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
All things of the past, thanks to the brilliant mind.
I don't know if I did. Confused.
That is
It's a mass res.
I'm hurt.
Why is my keys?
I like the cold.
Battlefield ready again. Need some range fire.
I want like some verticality here. Okay, yeah, that's what I figured I did.
So long, turret.
We are in this together.
They've raided halfway! Stop them!
I'm doing this my way!
Healing power.
I'm good to go.
Some repairs? Fast! My armor's got a lock on the boat.
Want some magic?
Hurry! Fireworks?
Flush the other Franco.
My armor's got a lock on a boat.
Turn around, quick.
I wish I had some verticality here.
Time for a tactical
You
retreat.
stop them in their tracks!
I need some help.
I'll take good care of you.
He's a sociopath, but the
Cosmos heals you.
He's hulking out, guys.
Got a lock on a bogey. Look out!
You stop them in their tracks!
Your powers are mine!
Is he looking for ult? Oh, I knew he was doing it. I knew it. I could tell. I was like, he's looking for it, man.
Your souls united.
It's the grand finale.
I am at your service. I feel.
I don't think it's BC only now.
Don't mind me.
The cosmos heals you.
Pulse charge!
Just what we need. Now I got this. Elements.
You stop them in their tracks!
Poor kid, he says. Bro, hit a shot. Holy crap. Hit a shot. Hit it. Hit it. Hit it. Oh, look out. There's there, man.
I like the
Hey,
cold.
Teeny, enjoy the amplifier.
Born again!
Only 60 seconds left!
You fought. Rest once more. Quantum magic.
Work.
foes have arrived.
Okay, frick me.
Better stop that vehicle!
Really, guys, this will work. Okay, this is
Down to 30 seconds.
this is a little silly. Yeah, these guys are not good.
This is real firepower!
Your legend has come to an end, Star-Lord.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
No, no.
Unite. I am at your service.
Yeah. Yeah, bro, like, get me in the lobby, man. Get me in the lobby. Believe in me, game. This game does not believe in me.
Flawless.
All right, we'll move on.
Big win!
New Adam Man Rez is silly. Wow, what the frick? Crazy dual potential, I think. I don't know. These guys suck. We're taking notes, guys. We're taking. You going to? I don't know if I can go into comp. Can I? Reach level 5 to unlock. Okay. How do I reach level 5? What level am I? 3, right? Yeah. Thoughts and self-res? I mean, what do you guys think? I mean, I don't know. It's crazy, man. Why does Spyro look? Yeah, dude, he does look like me. Well, except, you know, minus that. The hair, not the rest? Bro, what?
The right heroes could make all the difference.
You are insignificant.
Just bonus damage. Strat is the wall climb, slam, shoot at low, shield, swing out, rinse and repeat. Surely. Right?
The bond between a symbiote and its host is sacred.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
No, stop.
With a few upgrades, that suit of yours could be unstoppable.
It is not a suit. Symbiotes are living beings.
Organic tech. I can work with that. Slimy.
Not as slimy as you, Stark.
The battle starts
Same
in
map,
5,
man.
4, 3, 2, 1.
So much
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Come on,
We
Papa.
have to ally with one team temporarily to defeat the other.
Frick.
Powering up. Anyone say
Frick.
It pleases me to be helpful.
Ah! Yeah, I'm kind of bad at this character, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Oh, you gotta let me cook a little bit. I'm struggling with the slam. All right, we're struggling with the slam. So it's slam. Oh wait, I'm already back. All right, sick.
You're not going anywhere.
Let's go this way. Hey, wait. Wait, why did it work? Yeah. I gotta play him like
Let
Winston.
my enemies tremble.
Maybe I do have to swing in.
We have returned.
You need to stop that vehicle. in
Cooldown
its
is
tracks.
8. Cooldown's 15. What's F again? The slam. Cooldown is 8. Right clicks to suck.
Better stop that vehicle.
Bro.
I see that. Behind us.
Anyone say fireworks?
They raided half lane. Stop them.
Yes, that feels better.
Better stop that vehicle.
Ah, crud. Do we have a healer?
I'll patch you up.
We have Loki. We have 2.
Someone scratch my back.
Magnetism can't handle it.
We have returned.
It's weird. I went in for a cycle and disengaged and just
Still a
nobody healed me.
chance to stop them.
Whoops. I mean, obviously I'm taking way too much damage. Captain Obvious. Haha.
Lost in the immensity of power.
Render me assistance. Your power.
Nope.
Fear Magneto!
You stop them in their tracks.
Faster, my friends.
Star-Lord.
I like the cold. Be strong together.
Maximum pulse!
Hurricane incoming.
Bring on the chaos.
It's the grand finale. That one hurts.
This is real firepower.
Right there.
No hiding from us now, buddy.
That one hurts.
Frick. Wow, I got melted there.
That's fucking hurt.
You stop them in their tracks.
There's another one down.
Magic's here, and I brought a little limbo with me.
Do we hold on?
You're not going anywhere. We must get to safety. It's the grand finale.
Oh no.
Get in there. Careful over here.
Admit it. You need me. I like the cold. You're not going anywhere.
This is real firepower.
Oops. It's off the wall.
Unleashed.
I'm hovering.
Wow, really? It was too high. Oh, she juked it.
You seeing stars? Double KO!
Yeah. We tested out all the Venom stuff already.
I still want you. I want your soul.
Maximum!
Sorry, buddy.
Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me. Bring on the chaos.
It's the grand finale. Only
Focus
60
staying, guys.
seconds left.
Remember. No.
Stand with you. That one hurt. You stopped them in their tracks. Need some help. There we are. Christine Speed is everything. I like the code.
Wait.
Down to 30 seconds. You stopped them in their tracks.
Hang tight. We can do this.
The final 10 seconds.
Okay.
This is real firepower.
Until we have a winner.
Oh, I couldn't get it.
Maximum pulse!
Frick.
Maximum pulse!
I'm having a hard time getting value out of the ultimate. Oh, that's the kill cam. I'm an idiot.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
I need to test out the ultimate more, because I don't really feel like I really understand. It's like another AoE ultimate, yeah? But like I don't feel like I understand what it does. You know what I'm saying?
God, poor Namor. Guess he's swimming with the fishes. I can't help myself. 3, 2, 1, Anyone say fireworks?
I'm hurt. Blow up.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Stop them! Only 60 seconds left.
This should help.
This is real firepower!
Ah! Oh no! I could get my shift. It just says a lot of damage and gives overhealth. That's right, it gives overhealth. Does it give, is it like the other armor where it gives more HP the lower you are? That's worth knowing, I think.
Right there.
So maybe you get more HP the lower you use it, the lower you are when you use it.
A nice
Guys.
Max!
Can't expect to win them all.
Venom was fun. Venom was fun. I need to test the beam. You were right about the Iron Man beam. Felt like I melted. I'm voting for me. I'm the greatest. Thoughts on Adam so far? We played 2 games with Adam. He seems really strong in 1v1s.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Oh, we need a support, I think. We'll try Adam right now.
Where there is evil
Somebody
in
rage
this
quit,
universe, I will be there to balance it.
Shut up, Adam.
Healing power.
Better stop that vehicle!
And at your service.
Okay.
The cosmos heals you.
They
Battlefield.
made it halfway! Stop them!
Don't mind me. I'm just dying. The cosmos heals you. The cosmos heals you. I am born anew.
There's still a chance to stop them!
I'm doing this my way!
You get away!
Quantum your underworld army.
Healing. Why would I need healing?
Better stop that vehicle!
Guys.
Take a look behind you.
Cosmic balance is restored.
Oh, I did.
Quantum match.
Don't C9, don't C9, don't C9, don't C9. Ah! His team! Garbage, all of them!
Good time to stop them.
Gosh!
You chose your path.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Nito!
A feast for my
The
crow!
cosmos heals you.
Shots, shots.
The cosmos heals you.
My stupid button seems working there. If we can do it.
Spiderness. This does not bode well.
Born again!
Quantum magic.
You are safe now.
Rest once more.
Battlefield ready again. Your powers are mine!
Bro, ow.
Cosmos
What do you want,
heals
buddy?
you.
You want, buddy? What do you want? You want this? Want
I
this?
am
Want this?
barely harmed.
What's the plan? What's the plan? What do you want? You want that? Is that what you want?
Healing power.
Bro, they... What's going on? Why am I stuck?
Free fire zone.
Healing power.
Flawless.
Like, why is my A key not working, man?
Healing power.
Stop them in their
No, 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 Daddy! Woo! Woo! Good.
time!
I'm doing this my way.
Oh, what have I done? What have I done? What have I done? What have I done?
Cosmos heals you.
What have I done? Why did I do that? Why did I do that? I honestly don't know why I did that. The voices said, don't do that. Dude, even the voices said not to do that, man. The voices said not to do that. I don't know, man. Dude, the stupid A key, man. Like, it just doesn't work.
Healing power.
What? What?
I am Groot.
Healing power.
Shoot the guy!
Stop them!
Healing power.
Oh, you think you're cute, don't ya? Thinks he's Mr. Cutie Man. That's what they call him. Work!
Healing power.
Better stop that vehicle!
Shut up!
Adding to your underworld armor. The cosmos heals you.
Haha.
I'm barely harmed.
The greatest! The greatest! The greatest! You don't want this, buddy! You don't want it! Ah!
Heals you.
He doesn't want it.
He stopped them in their tracks.
He didn't want it.
The cosmos heals you.
She doesn't want it.
Color me impressed, Warlock.
Alright, let's push her a little here. Oh, wrong door.
The cosmos heals you.
Frick! What was that?
We are undefeatable.
Come on, buddy. You know what? I just didn't. I didn't fathom.
Protection is always welcome.
Ooh. Oh no, wait, that's the other guy.
There's still so much to do.
When I ride.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Nice, that was amazing, buddy.
Color me impressed, Warlock. Healing. Why would I need healing?
Oh, you're dead, buddy. I'm coming.
Chaos comes.
Papa's coming.
He stopped them in their tracks.
One tree falls, another shall grow
Surely,
to take its place.
Pulse charge! Fire!
I've made a huge mistake. Oh, I've not made a huge mistake! Mean Iron Man!
Powering up.
He's just like me, for real.
The cosmos heals you. Your powers are mine!
What is he doing?
The
He
cosmos
stopped them in their
heals.
tracks.
Wait, I made a huge mistake. I made a huge mistake.
Maximum pulse!
Ah, the aid
Down
I
to 30
require.
seconds.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
Time. Hang in there. I don't think I like the odds. The cosmos heals you. Bombs away.
Okay.
I'm taking requests.
They don't know what they're getting into.
Cosmos heals you.
Nice old idiot.
Destiny
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Healing power.
Shots. Woo! You want this, Loki? You want it?
Healing power.
Another epic victory. Big win.
Definitely deserve the upvote for that one. How are we doing for level here? Almost there.
We were once called the villain.
Hey.
But now the universe will see the hero.
Yeah, I'll play ranked once we can. Let's go. Hey, it's a bait. It's a bait. It's a bait. Dang it.
It seems we have company.
Didn't want to do that.
Assistance.
Walk up the wall. Whoa! What happened? Like.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Yeah, that's not doing anything. Oh, where'd you go? The strafing once again is not working. Kill the stupid bot, man.
think taxi.
Mission area is yours.
Bro, how is Iron Man going from like the alpha Chad to like obnoxious flying character? Bro, flight characters, man, problematic. What do you want? What do you want?
Faces. Bring on the chaos.
The black kitty is
Just what we needed.
Little healing there, Daddy. Little healing there. Little healing there. Little healing. Okay.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Little healing. Little healing. I don't know what just happened. Well, I just got destroyed. Kevin, hello.
I'm barely harmed.
You can't get hold of us so easy.
Watch me. Go.
They're already here.
Your god is suffering.
Hell unleashed!
Your powers are mine!
Oh dear.
Control lost.
Frick! Stupid Iron Man beam! Oh
Maximum
my days!
Enemy for my clothes!
I am ready to put on a show.
Bring on the chaos. Might.
No! Oh!
Your god is suffering.
Fast! Grace our swiftly. This should help.
Oh, that's embarrassing. Bro, the lack of heal passive, man. Just agony.
Just what we need.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
There is no escape. Time to tap it out. We are in the front. Prepare yourselves. This should help.
Take a look behind.
Wow, my bad. Dude, that is insane. That beam is insanity.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Maximum pulse!
Rick? Frick. Yeah! Yes! Yeah, no, I agree with you, Ohm. Everything is an AoE ultimate.
We shall protect the innocent and devour the guilty. This should protect us.
Your attacks are futile.
I mean, it's fun. I just don't really think it compares to Overwatch.
Get ready.
No one escapes hell.
Oh, I did. Several times. Lovely torture machines.
I forged my sword with my very soul. There's no spell that cannot cut through.
Yeah, it's fun. Definitely give it a try.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Doom is nothing. Now is the true threat to this universe and all others.
I have many.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Die, you stupid! There we go.
Double KO.
Where? I'm
The mission area
That's
is
insane.
yours.
I would burn universes.
We have done well.
I just fall.
Number you.
This should help.
That's all.
That's pretty fun, I will say. The whole slam mechanic is sick.
What's your back? Good job, Darkborn.
Double KO. You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Where'd you go? Oh, not getting away. But what is he healing from?
I am ready to put on a show.
This is real firepower!
The area is almost yours.
Take a look behind.
Whoever has shifted in your favor.
Bang's still going, you betcha.
Maximum pulse!
Technology is overrated, Stark.
Nice. The greatest of all time! Not so far. I mean, it's not my first time playing it. Wait, why won't it let me, It's not my first time, but it's been fun. I don't know how much longer we'll go, but it's been fun. Yeah, get rolled. I got 2 upvotes. Screw you guys. Yeah, there's no like real synergy between the tanks, but that's not really, you don't have to have synergy for tanks, you know? You just need another warm body, you know? I will say that doing the slam cycles there were really fun.
To win this one.
You are insignificant.
This is what I look like, by the way, naked. Oh, okay. No, I didn't know you were... I'm being fact-checked by my wife. Anyway. Being fact-checked by real... What do they say? By real Liberty people. Well, I mean, okay.
30
see the
seconds before
resemblance.
you attack. Get ready.
Yeah.
Your soul is
Yeah.
Yeah, part of it's a sword now.
That is not the only
Yeah,
fisher
chat. Maybe
on
we do
Ceres.
like one more
How
Venom
about
game
you
and then
sense
we
your
call
own
it.
business? Perfect human.
Well, real patriots. That's why I'm being fact checked by it. That's right. Real American patriots. Yeah. So far, this game just feels like. Yeah, we'll have to try some of the other characters. I don't know. I will. No.
Never say hope
Wait,
is
you can't do
stupid
that?
just because Banner is smart.
What?
Help get that vehicle to its
Where am I going?
destination.
Stop, Spider Nest.
Where am I?
I'll patch you up.
Wait, seriously, chat. What was going on?
Time for some fireworks.
Where the frick am I?
This is gonna hurt.
Keep your distance from the Spider-Man.
Come on, buddy.
You're welcome.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Just what we need. Stop Loki killing trees. No, not so fast.
No. I should have gotten out. I feel like, yeah, I'm enjoying Venom. It feels a lot like the Wrecking Ballish Winston kind of thing. You know, I agreed for the kill there, but I could have disengaged and re-engaged and probably gotten the kill. I don't know, it's kind of interesting.
What strange little spiders?
Where am I going?
Protect your key.
Mine's in place.
Drown them.
Oh.
Time for some fireworks.
Someone scratch my back.
I don't know what I'm doing, guys.
I'll patch you up.
Get that vehicle moving.
I lost my ultimate! Ah! Ah, man, I tried to ego my ultimate to see how much overhealth I could get.
This is gonna hurt.
We have returned.
My bad.
Groot.
More folk.
Little spider creatures. How curious.
Definitely a little bit of ADHD going on here, you know what I'm saying? There's sometimes also when they just, the buttons don't work. The buttons. I press the button. I press the button. Did I not have it? I swear I had it.
You thought we were done?
Someone scratch my back.
We hate spiders.
Get that vehicle moving again. Mine's in place.
Will at your service.
Attack them.
This is gonna hurt.
Gotta get you to the master leader.
Let's limit the strength.
Attack them.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh, frick. I guess we lose anyway. My team is struggling, brother.
You're ready for action.
You thought we were done?
Get that vehicle moving again. Only 60 seconds left.
Work. Wait, I put on a cooldown?
Judge, jury, executioner!
This is gonna hurt. Down to 30 seconds.
No way.
It's party time!
match, I fumbled.
Feel the wrath of the
Will we get a
This
kill?
is real fire!
Yeah, we're getting a kill! No, I'm trolling.
Final 10 seconds.
2 kills, 3 kills! Whoa! She's dead, but we got this. You touch? No, we just stand still. Frick.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
All the swings I find to be a little awkward. Maybe that's just me, though. It might just be me. I'm having fun with Venom. Okay. We will be back on Saturday with more Marvel Rivals, because I would like to do like a full how's it doing kind of a thing, you know, and I'm gonna need a lot more hours to make a decision on it. But so far there's been some small things that have felt better. Certain characters have felt better. The Venom character feels good. You know, so there's not a whole lot to say right now. No, but early response is like, it's all right. But yeah. All right, guys. I'll see you guys in, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Group up podcast tomorrow. And then the day after that, we're also streaming as well. So yeah, busy weekend. All right. That's all. I'll see y'all later. Loves and kisses. See you guys tomorrow. And yeah, I will be streaming my POV as well. Also, stay tuned for the rebrand. We'll have some announcement stuff tomorrow.